Hello and welcome to Stellenbosch. This is Coetzenberg for the final between the Marties and the Pukke. Marties winning the toss and electing to bowl first. And what a glorious day. Not even a breath of wind we have here. The two umpires we have in this final is Angus Gous and Nathan Roder. And from the mountainside, I would call it, it would be, well, it would probably be Salman Ajam, who'd be opening the bowling for Stellenbosch, the left-arm seamer. What have we got in position to the left-handed two batsmen who are Ludwig Schult and Utubela Mintlele. We've got two slips in position. And conventional field, got a point, got a man at extra cover, and then we've got a wideish mid-off and a wideish mid-on. And then a man here at square of the umpire. Fine leg and third man in position. In this the first encounter of the final that's taking place here. And off we go. In the air, gone! First ball! Well, I haven't even had time to introduce my fellow commentator, Eugene Molian, and drama at the Coetzenberg Oval. Good morning to you, Mr. Molian.
Well, a very good morning to one and all, and what an introduction. What a start to this final. A repeat of the 2024 final between these two teams and the big fish, Ludwig Schultz. He's gone, departing first ball. Well, Marties, they have started, and they really want to make amends for last year. It's the man Ajam that gets, it was a full ball. Let's not forget that. Maybe just leaning back on it slightly because it was a half volley, but that was hit straight to the man at cover.
Well, that was Payne, Roxton Payne, the man that took the catch. And it was, it was a foolish delivery. Went on the drive, upish, gone. Man at extra cover, doing the fielding. And the Marties are elated with that first wicket.
Why not? Why not, Jeremy? Everything they want, they were building, making plans how to bowl to Ludwig Schultz. In the end, it was just a regulation half volley that he just hit to cover. I mean, I don't think that was in the plans.
Well, these are the modern day cricketers. They want to get on with it. Sometimes not. The patience eludes them when sometimes, and if you're not over the top of the ball, you're going to get yourself out.
Yeah, and just looking at that pitch early on, Jeremy, it had a little bit of a sheen look on it, which suggests there's some moisture in the surface. And I'm not surprised that Marties, Leon Botha, the captain, decided to have a ball first.
Yeah, and also, talking about that sheen. Oh, Eddie, oh my goodness, mate.
Oh.
You would have been trouble again. Eddie hit. Wow.
Sorry, in all your commentary stints, have you ever seen a start like this of two balls?
I've seen one or two moments of madness. I've seen run-outs first ball and one or two wickets. I know the beaches are nice in Brisbane, but goodness me, these guys are playing. I'm in Australia batting at 6 and over. It's just slogging. Test match cricket. Where's the good old-fashioned stuff?
Good old-fashioned stuff is...
Probably most players are. Left-handers to me. It's just if Ajam has the ability to bring it back and take it away, that poses quite a bit of danger because he's also a left-arm seamer.
That's correct, and he's got the ability even to come around to the right-handers. But for now, it's left-handers and strike one and over. 1 for 1 after 1 over. It's going to be the captain, Leon Botha. He's going to be bowling here from the river end.
Yeah, he's done well, and he's come on in leaps and bounds, hasn't he? Seen him now playing for Boland, and he really looks now to me, you give players a chance, an accomplished little cricketer. Still got a lot to learn because he's young, but all the right signs. Can bat, can bowl, fields well, and he does look like a youngster to me that likes to learn.
Isn't it you that says you got to look a youngster in that second year? And for me, he's certainly blossomed in his second year with Boland. Yeah, it's just a case in point of just going through and showing us what he's got around the wicket.
Driven. Yeah, it's important. People think, you get the one-season wonders that come in and they superstars from school. They might have come from Coca-Cola week and had a fantastic week. Poof, they're into the provincial side suddenly, and then things go right for you year one, and you're scoring and you say, whoa, this guy can bat. He gets 200-300s, couple of 50s, and does well. But then the bowlers find you out in the second season, and the batsmen find you out in your second season. Nicely driven again, straight to extra cover, and that's where a good cricketer then will start blossoming in the second year as well. Because now guys have worked you out, they've done video analysis, they've studied what you are about, and then they set those traps for you in the second season. So, but when you do show signs in your second season and people can play, that's when a good cricketer comes through, and that's where he'll get on to go to higher honours. Some players are just early blossomers. They just good enough at a very young age.
Well, South Africa have been blessed with plenty of it.
In this country,
Plenty.
we've got more talent than what you've got goats on your farm. So there's such a lot of talent in South African cricket. Just look at our systems. I would just like to see these youngsters play more cricket. That's my only gripe.
And that's something we spoke about maybe yesterday as well. Even at this level, these guys need to play more because they're going to be your feeding streams into your provincial teams. Don't think the call system is strong enough to feed to the provincial team. So this needs to be maybe where we need to look at just making it a little bit more stronger, more competitive cricket.
Yeah, and play longer version. This T20 stuff, it's good and it's good entertainment. But it does a cricketer no good that's learning to play the game.
And that's my point when it comes to the Carlsbad. When B-side cricket was played back then, it was compulsory declaration at 80 overs, right? Which meant there was still, at that time it was 106 overs in the day. You still had 26 overs for batters to come, and that is a test. You want to test the cricketers. So opening batters had to come in and face those 20-odd overs. Glorious.
Yeah, I beg your pardon. You've said it all. Need I add more?
Take that. But there's a distinctive plan here from what we've seen in the first two overs here. Because of that little sheen on this pitch, that the bowlers of Marties are trying to go fuller. We've seen it from Ajam. He got Ludwig shoes early on. And we've seen it here from Leon Botha. He's normally somebody that bowls back of a length hard. But there's a distinctive plan. What I can see from the first two overs, Jeremy, they want to keep the ball up as further up to the batsman to try and encourage the swing, encourage the shape, and maybe a little bit of movement off the deck.
Yeah, they want to get batsmen driving, I suppose. That would have been the discussion. And they've got that extra cover in pain. Was a good ploy to do that, knowing what the wicket is about. Because normally, if there's a bit of more extra bounce, you wouldn't have the extra cover in. You'd have a gully in or another slip in. Because you now want to give that gap for the point. But because of the slowness of the wicket, the captaincy was good to have the extra cover in because we saw the first ball on the drive.
Yeah, and just to come back to that point that I made, Jeremy, it's about testing players. So after day one, what I'm seeing now is in 3-day cricket, they bat the whole day and then they bat till lunch or to the following day. And there's only 9 sessions in 3-day cricket. And you're trying to get 20 wickets, but you're also trying to test batters into different situations. For example, in test match cricket, been in the field for a day and a bit, and you've got to go out there and on day 2 to try and that's testing you. So how can we replicate that? Right, compulsory declarations after 80 overs. The other team must go and open and play. How are you going to play and see out that 20 overs? That's testing your ability.
Yeah, and I got no problem at weeks like this that they're playing 50 overs. I like that. To me, it still has to test batsmen's resolve because it's a long time to bat 50 overs. And at this level and these weeks, 50 overs, I think, great stuff. Because it gives batsmen a chance to get themselves in.
100%.
And you can get big runs if you get yourself in. The problem I have is batsmen don't allow themselves and you get bowled out for 100 because you're thinking, now I must play baseball. And what's so nice about it, it's 5 days of 50 over cricket. So these guys get an opportunity. You can't say that's not the opportunity. But you're talking about Carlson. Yes, we got a wonderful Carlson out of the 19. But I just want to make an analogy with you in terms of rugby and in terms of cricket. I'm not talking because you can't compare the two playing one. I'm talking what systems are in place. If you look at rugby, at how the systems have they got in place. Schools rugby, number one. Then you got the Craven week. Then you got, there's so many weeks, Grand Cornwall week. Then there's the Ikabi week, right? We've got that schools level. And they had such good systems in place. But after that, now the player gets, after those weeks, they get into varsity. So you get varsity weeks, then you get the Curry Cup, you get the URC, and then you can become a Springbok. Now in cricket, after school, where does these guys go? After Colts. So I'm still a believer that the system that we had when the United Cricket Board was formed in 1992, where you had 12 teams and a B team. So at least you're giving, and I would go 12 teams. And then each province of the 12 must have a B team. So you contract, I would say, so if you have 18 contractors in the A, contract 24 players. So that you have 6 fully contracted players in your B team, the other guys, and there's guys at work that can't play cricket full time. But then you get experience, the guys that are almost over the hill, helping those youngsters along to get them through. And nicely driven once again from Trotsky. Then to me, you're covering that gap, because the gap from after school to provincial cricket is a major jump. So if massive jump. And so if you can have a B structure in between there and let the guys play, I think we'll have the perfect scenario.
We've got to find a way to narrow the gap. That's what we need to do.
The one thing that Shukri Conrad has done well, and I've been involved also with managing the South African A team, was that the A team has got to play a lot of cricket, and we've seen it this year. And to me, that is the success of South African cricket, the success of what the national team is doing. Because how many players that are now in the haven't been on A team tours before to India till when South Africa got there?
And that was with my time at Cricket Island. That was the main thing. We needed to get more A tours to bridge that gap. The domestic structure wasn't good enough to blood future internationals. So what Cricket Island identified is we need to get more A tours, and that is what happened. And now we can see there's more players filtering through into the Irish system, and that is great to see. Yes, it's not as strong yet, and obviously there's some financial implications on that, but to your point, that is what's needed.
Well, if you're number one in the world and the Mace, you've won the Mace, you've now gone successful to India, won a series. Why is it that you cannot get sponsorship to cover for these weeks? Because these weeks are so imperative. Because players who play for South Africa don't just, it's not like manna falling from heaven. They've got to be developed somewhere. And at grassroots level, that is where you've got to spend the money. So someone in the marketing department need to make sure that they find sufficient sponsorship in order to make sure that the pipeline grows and firmer and that there's a steady flow. Because if the money then is pumped in there, then you're going to find growth.
Strike while the iron's hot, Jeremy. That's where we find ourselves. Yeah, just a little bit of calmness here since the early departure of Schultz.
At the end of the day, the money is used to develop cricketers because, the schools, kudos to them, play a massive part in developing cricketers and bringing cricketers through. You got to take your hat off to that. And they do more than their fair share. But I just think, Cricket South Africa is on a high. Things are looking good. We've got to make sure. I think there was a good T20 challenge that happened now. the sad part is just to see that it's called the CSA T20 Challenge. Why can't it be the MTN or the Vodacom or the Checkers or Pick and Pay? That's where we got to fight, because I think sponsors must get their money's worth is to pump in money at that level.
And to your point, just to go back to rugby, what school cricket has done this past year, they got a massive sponsor in the form of King Price.
Yeah.
And every local derby, or the derby series, whatever it was called, had the name King Price Derby Series to it. And it went throughout the rugby season. And that is at schoolboy level. This is varsity level, and then he's talking about even the way up, and then even domestic, the local domestic cricket.
So why now with the team doing well? Why in the time of Dr. Bacher? We could get Plascon, we could get MTN, we could have Castle, we could have... gosh, that's in the air, and that will be safe. There'll be a couple of runs there. And all the way. Oh, here could be trouble. Oh, my goodness me.
Oh, no.
Oh, there was total confusion here. And nearly, that should have ended up to 2 or 3 runs. Only a single and nearly a run out.
That's the longest single I've ever seen. Ball was in the air for a very long time. It was hit far. Fielder came there, and then it was all confusion.
Standard Bank. You know, I mean, just look at the sponsors cricket. Why is it now, in the modern day, with players being so good, I tell you what, and going to India, winning a series, believe me or not, I think it's greater than winning a World Cup. There's an air jump dropped. Or was it just short? Yeah, it was short. Have a look at that again. Didn't carry.
Yeah, just not getting. Who is that there? I think that's Van Heerden there, and the slip. Just not getting to him. Hit him on the shin. Jeremy, I can tell you about winning a test match in India with the SN19s in '96.
That's in the air. It's going to be safe. Will that run away for 4? Well, stopped again. Just short of the fence.
Oh, it's terrible. Oh, that's terrible running. I'm sorry. Just 2. If you can't get the boundaries, you've got to be looking to just keep running. Be good with this. You can control that. Yeah, we won the test match in '96 there at Chandigarh. Let me tell you, we were celebrating like no other.
That's a better shot. Nicely driven by Tumela. Was given the width. It was full. And he was on that like a flash.
Well, maybe Martins just need to rethink their little strategy here. They're going fuller. That was got width, and I mean, any left-hander with his weight in goal there would just put that away. And they might just have to relook at this theory of theirs, Jeremy. Maybe, yes, the pitch is not as quick as what it might be later on because of that little sheen that's on it.
I've now resorted to 1 slip only. $15 for 1.
Yeah, there is that early departure of Ludwig Schultz, called Roxton Payne, first ball of this final. And Tabela and Trotsky, they need to put a partnership together here. And they need to get unscathed for the next 5 overs to get through that first power play.
Yeah, and these games are all brought to you via live streaming through Pitch Vision, which is a great innovation. I've had a lot of calls from a lot of people that have told me how much they appreciate that cannot be here to actually watch this. And it's so important that we show this cricket to people, to know youngsters coming through. That's nicely clipped off his toes by Trotsky, and he'll get 2 more.
Yeah, and then Pitch Vision is going to be involved with all the youth programs or youth weeks this year, coming up. Starting with this one, which is the varsity one, and then they've got the under-16s coming through, and then of The first one, the Coke week, the Kaimajola week in Bloemfontein.
Yeah, but dealer's just got to get more cameras here, and it'll be a help. I've planted the seed for him, and he can't argue that. So now he needs to execute. It's the one thing to plant, it's the next thing to execute.
Just don't know about him. He's wearing his pirate shirt today. I'm not even sure why he's wearing that. Tomorrow he'll be at Chiefs.
He's a pirate for life.
After that, it might be Sundowns.
That shot pulled away. He didn't get out of it all that he wanted to, though. And nearly the grasping hands. Is that under? That or percent that tried to have a go at that.
3% there.
But he just didn't get, just eluded him.
This time, foregoing the full pitch delivery, bowling it into the surface. Well, the batter thought he was gone for money.
You said try something different there. He just went into the surface, which I thought was a good idea.
Yeah. He's just got a gut feel sometimes, Jeremy. We sit there, we've watched so many games, we've been involved. And sometimes people say, oh, how do you know that? It's just that gut feel.
Yeah, I'm talking about cricketers and what. Yesterday I went to the memorial service of Dennis Hobson, the late Dennis Hobson, who 374 first-class wickets, had an average of 27 as a leg spinner, and just listening to the speeches and that he used to have a net on his farm in winter and bowled all winter to fulfill the art of leg spin bowling, and his motto was to work hard. But caught, gone, that's a good delivery, bit of bounce, and that's where you got the left-hander to finger at that outside the off stump, a little nibble, and the second wicket, 18 for 2.
Beautiful delivery, just nipping a tad bit off the seam. And they finally get a little tickle, just a fraction. That's all it needed to do, just straighten a little fraction. The angle from wide around the wicket. And then hitting the seam, and here's that hit the deck bowl, and that is the end of Tabela for 7. Now then, Pukke found himself in a little bit early trouble here. 2 down for 18.
Yeah, that's not the start they wanted. That's exactly what the Marties wanted. So they've picked up their 2 wickets. But just to say and talk about cricketers, as probably we'll see Alexander Volskink in at number 4 with Trotsky. To see old cricketers there, like superstars like Peter Kirsten and Adrian Caper and Stephen Jeffries, Andre Nieuwoud. It is just, Mickey Giles, all who played for Western Province in years gone by. And Trevor Quirk being the MC, of course.
The thing that stands out there, what you're saying to me, is about practicing at home, training at home. Well, during my time, Chanti Rhodes did that, and people said, oh, what a magnificent fielder. Oh, he just hits the stumps. But just, as you said, it just doesn't happen. Chanti used to, in the back garden in his house, he constantly threw balls at stumps and everything. He knew what it took, what it would need to take to get better and to become. And that's why he was the brilliant fielder that he is. And from what I'm hearing, Mr. Hobson did the same thing.
Yeah, he was probably one of the finest leg spinners that this country produced. Probably in isolation period. Yeah, South Africa were in isolation. Oops,
Now the enforcer's back here, Leon Botha, so this will just need a check. Rolling it into the surface yet again. I said they needed something to change. One thing I don't like, Jeremy, and this is what I'm going to get your thoughts on. We saw that ball. They brought in a man at sort of a silly mid-off. We don't see that position often in 50 over cricket. However, the slip was wide. So there's a gap between keeper and keeper, and that solitary slip was almost like a third slip. That's a position I don't like, because I'd rather let it go the other side of him, go to third man. But if it goes in that gap, I mean, you can kick all the sand and dust all you want as a bowler, but you're not going to like it.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, and especially to a new batsman. Have your two slips in and make sure that you cover those, because batsmen are vulnerable early on in the innings in terms of using their feet. They don't use their feet. They sometimes just stuck in that position because you're nervous. Any batsman walking in would be nervous. So the feet doesn't move, but once you get the feel of a ball on bat, it becomes a little bit easier. Even if you just play solid defenses, you start getting into, your feet start moving.
Well,
and
here's my question to you. If Leon Boort is bowling the full skink, what's the first ball you're giving him? Now that you've hit him with the last ball of the
I'll
over.
pepper him with short deliveries. he'll be having a ton of time there, because it just shows you that he showed that weakness already early on in his innings. So it is something that these Marties players would have at the back of their mind, that this is the weakness shown early, because it was just a straight delivery more than less. Had a little bit of extra bounce, but he was in no position to play it. Can you show us that replay again, Bandile? The one that hit full skink? If you don't mind. There we go. No idea.
Just looked like he didn't pick up the length there, and that's what you can. He obviously just came to the wicket, just came to the pitch. For me, I would just tempt him with a wide, just a wide off volley here, because the feet won't be moving, because he'd probably expect what you are saying, a barrage. I would go, oh, no, let me just have a little bit of a feel there. Let's get two slips, have a little bit of feel. And you can change plans from ball to ball. Let's not
Absolutely. That's what the learning is all about, to becoming a better cricketer. Is that percent bowling? Oh, Antile. Well, in between there's been a change in bowling. It's Andar de Lima. He's into the attack. He's had a good week.
Yeah, he has. But I mean, all these men will be tested. All these bowlers will be tested. Day 5, how the fitness levels, how's the body, how the energy levels. And it's another glorious, glorious day here. It's been like this all week.
Yeah. What a time in your life to be a student. I mean, after this, you've played 5 days of cricket, and then they go on long holiday until February.
What a treat.
They'll be flexing all their muscles on all the beaches around South Africa. No, we were all students once in our lives. We did all the things. Plenty of the libations.
I don't think the going on the beach was me. The sharks there, fella. Am I right?
I know, you don't climb mountains, you don't go to the beach. You're an abnormal human being. At school, I climbed mountains. Well, at that time, you didn't worry about snakes. You heard about them, but now I've got the fear of them. I wouldn't go. I had to be on the beach during December, out at Camps Bay. I mean, that time I still had a 6-pack.
Well, you still do.
No, yeah. But a round one.
Yeah.
No muscles.
You're just carrying it all in one bag.
Down to third man for 1. Yeah, student life it's the best life it's the best life you can have, because after that you got to go and work, boy. And while you're here as a student, enjoy most of it. And there isn't a better place to study than here. Look at this facilities, university here, very good. Stellenbosch,
Lovely town.
lovely town. Oh, have you seen all those old restaurants and buildings out? Oh my goodness me, Eugene. Now I come with a driver.
Just for safekeeping.
Oh yeah. Nicely bowled.
Well, just the one from that over, 19 for 2, 7 gone.
So tell me the other thing. You don't climb mountains, you don't go to the beach.
No,
Are you scared of getting into an aeroplane or
No.
being... Oh, okay. I'm just checking.
I'm all right there. I don't like sitting, what's that, the Grand, there at the waterfront. No mind sitting there and watching the sea.
Yeah, but you got to get into the water. You can't
that's
just sit
okay.
there.
No, that's all right. I'm all right. All good.
I like to go down. It's a lovely little pool there down at Clough Valley, tidal pool. And now that Muizenberg, fishing the water is lovely. So you got to have a dip in the sea, although I swim a lot in the pool, and I'm in the pool every day doing my aqua classes on a Monday, Tuesday and Thursday. I love being in the sea as well. Good.
No, sea is very good for us. That's why it's there.
Don't go too deep though. Oh my goodness me! Had he hit, it would have been close.
Had he hit him, but he gone.
Wow.
He was gone for all money.
Have a look at this again. Oh yeah, it was gone for money. Had that hit. My goodness me, it wasn't even in the frame. Sure. No, not that close.
I thought you were referring to the ball close to the stumps. It was not nowhere near close. If that was a 100-meter dash,
It's almost as if,
second.
it's almost as if he gave up the chase.
He was gone. He was gone. Well, here we go. Volsking back on strike now to Leon Buerta.
There's a wicket. Oh, right, he gave him the. That was just a flash of the bat. The foot movement wasn't really there.
And that's what you get. You get hit, and we've seen it. And all of a sudden, the feet don't go and everything else. I mean, this is what I don't understand about the Marties folk. I mean, they've got 2 wickets, and they think they can just walk a further 3 or 4.
Yeah, it's still hard work, and you still got to do the work in order to get success. That's nicely driven. And he's played some good drives, but this is a Trotsky fella, but it has been straight to fielders. 1 or 2 pierced the gap. The problem is that looking to drive like that, I would rather then, if it's full, try and get the gaps, but look to run hard, look to get those singles, look to try and force the Marty side to change their fielding. But at the moment, we've seen 2 drives, we've seen no runs.
There's definitely a distinctive play. And sometimes, I mean, you've captained sides as well, and you get pitches where you say, oh, you just need to bowl it up there a little bit. But then you forget to bowl the ball. You sort of just float it up there, and that is when it becomes half volleys. You've got to stick to your line and length. Forget about the pitch. Take that out of it, because you might just get something, the ball to dip or move or have some energy on the ball. I'm just seeing a little bit too much bowlers striving to bowl full because that was the plan. It's going to be a free hit coming here as well. And you can get lost. And that's where you get lost in translation, I think. When it comes, you've got to be very specific as coaches what you want to do. And I can understand the plan. And that is distinctive because I haven't seen this from Marties throughout this week. They've been there hitting the deck. And I think that's when they get... The way Leon Buerta got the left hand out, that was perfect. Ran in like he did, hit the deck hard. That free hit came to nothing. The Bishop, 22 for 2.
What a man. 2 for 2.
Well, the provincial cricketers are preparing themselves for another round of 4-day cricket starting next week, Tuesday.
Yeah, and some of these players playing in this week
Yeah.
will be doing duty in provincial cricket. Leon Buerta, I think at the top of my mind.
Yeah. Should be more.
Should be more. I mean, if you look around this week, there are some players that do play. provincial cricket as well.
It's height. It's height. That's height. Not quite sure about appealing from third man.
Well, I just was going to say that. I just thought to myself, goodness me, he had a good view.
He gave it
Getting into the choir from third man.
He wasn't just getting in the choir, he was doing the dance and all. I don't think there was much going for that delivery. It was a bit high.
There's another appeal. We've got fields around us here. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a Koffsies playing against Tuckies. That would be for what, third place?
Third place, yeah.
And then you've got UWC here to my right. I mean, we've got a wonderful view of all the games
Oh dear.
going.
Oh dear, there's a hammy.
Oh,
There is a hammy. That is not good.
yeah, we saw the other day Tony De Zorzi gone out of the tournament doing his hammy in India. And I tell you what, that hamstring just goes.
The other thing I wanted to talk about is just when I brought up the 4-day series starting again. Somebody showed us a picture of the Wanderers.
Yeah.
It's underwater.
And
And
the drainage normally there is excellent at the Wanderers.
my case in point is, we all know this time of the year it rains a lot in the Haifa. But we keep scheduling games for that. I know it's part and parcel of it. But
Yeah, but what normally happens there, this time of the year, I've lived in Johannesburg for 4 years of my life, is that you get these thunderstorms and they come down hard in the afternoon. So, I mean, been to many weeks around there as well, and then there are days you get like this, where there's just no rain and you can get cricket played. And the fact of the matter is, it takes planning for a year to get a tournament underway. So people know already next year where this week could be and the week after. So yeah, it's the luck of the draw sometimes, and tough when the kids don't get cricket. But that's the nature of life. We cannot predict what the boss upstairs has in store. So yeah, we live and hope.
Well, not sure what the physio is doing. Because if it's a hammy, that's something that's not just going to get right.
Will the replacement rule apply here as well of players?
Not for hamstrings.
If he did his hamstring, how can it not be for
Well,
hamstring?
we've got John Wright, the tournament director, coming. Not too distant future. That's what we can ask him.
We've had players get injured in 4-day cricket, and where we had replacements coming on, like for like replacement. He didn't come into the game injured.
Mm-hmm.
He would have injured himself there now. That's an injury.
Well, we'll see if they adopted that bylaw, shall we say, for this tournament.
Oh, that's why I'm asking,
Yeah.
because I know it happens 4-day cricket
Yeah.
and at provincial level that you can have a like for like replacement. So
Waiting for the skipper.
obviously they can get in on a fielder.
12th, yeah.
Yeah, or somebody. But
Whether that
one
person
wonders
can
if
bat
he,
and bowl.
that's what we
That's the
want to know.
question.
And if you do replace the player, then it's got to be like for like. It's got to be a bowler for a bowler. You can't now say, well, he's going to bat at number 3 and bring, say for instance, bring Christie into the team, and then that's a like for like replacement. That's not like for like.
No.
I'm just giving an example.
I'm all 12 men coming on.
It seems like the 12th man, who is Amokhalana, he'll be on the field. Oh, that's a pity. Randa is gone. He's gone for the match. And what is a hamstring normally takes about 4 to 6 weeks.
Wow. Depending on the severity of it.
Yeah, depends on the severity of the hamstring.
Extenuating time for injury treatment. 5 minutes extenuating time.
So 5 minutes added for extenuating injury. That is time allotted to the bowling side
Yeah.
and the batting side. But it will be the bowling side in this because they are on the field. So they'll be getting that 5 minutes extenuating time.
Can you ask the umpires if they 12B is allowed to replace him as a... Just say the scorer must ask at the end of the over, please.
Well, I'm not sure if it applies to this tournament. I haven't seen the playing conditions, and normally before we used to get brochures at these weeks. So that's also another thing that gives you the playing conditions of the tournament. So not sure. We'll find out. We've got John Wright joining you at 10:30, who is the tournament director.
And he has been for a number of years, so he knows them.
Yeah, long time. Also been an international hockey referee who refereed at World Cups.
Yeah, and he's a good one at that. Still looks like he can referee a few games. Or shall we say they're umpires, aren't they, in hockey?
Umpires, yeah. Yeah, spent time also with a lot of years with him here, especially at these weeks. And used to be at TUT. And also been president of the Northern Staters for a number of years.
Yeah, still finds himself on the board.
Yeah.
Ross Bose has replaced the Lima.
Mike Hazeman always used to tease me when I used to say I'm on the board, and he says, well, how do you spell board? He says it B-O-R-E-D. Always used to tease me with that saying. He always used to say, nah, administration is not for him. So it takes a lot to sit on a board and be involved in doing certain things.
It's the meetings. It's the countless meetings and chats and everything else.
Well, that's nicely driven. Still pierced the gap. Being chased, will it be hauled in? That's good fielding. Normally when players always, to me, moaned about administrators, my first question is to all of them always, I said, yeah, so you guys just arrive here at the ground and the manager does nothing. Your air flights hasn't been booked. Your cases haven't been booked in. You didn't have a room in the hotel. And they'd look at me as if to say, what are you talking about? And then I said to them, well, do you think these things just fall out of the air? Someone's got to do it.
Yeah, 9 overs completed. 24 for 2. Marty's still on top here in the early stages. 2 wickets gone. Ludwig Schult first ball of the match, and then De Bela was caught behind by the keeper Solomons off the bowling of Leon Botha for 7. Give you some of the scores elsewhere as well. In the meantime, TUT versus NWU Vaal, just still waiting on the score. UCT playing in that final, and this will tell us who's going to be promoted. They are currently 17 for 2 against ETA. Wits University 13 for 1 against University of the Western Cape. That's happening here just next door to us. Ducks in a bit of trouble next door. 47 for 4 against Kofsis.
Well, they were close here the other day in this encounter. It went very close until Marty's in one.
Well, in the eliminator between UJ and Madibas, it's UJ that are in trouble, 15 for 3.
Is that out of the tournament for next year then, into the B
That
section?
would be in the B section, yeah.
Who are they playing, UJ?
UJ are playing Madibas, Nelson Mandela University.
Are they also? That's two big universities.
That's massive
in terms of cricket, UJ and Madibas.
I think not just in terms of cricket, it's just in terms of everything else that goes with it.
Umpire moving away from that one. Not interested. Buerta appeals.
Yeah, from his advantage point, it might have looked very good. He's batting on off stump.
Nah.
But from where he's delivered the ball and at the angle that ball's continued on, I think he's clutching at straws.
Well, it's got to straighten up considerably coming from that angle around the wicket. And it's got to straighten up, be pitching in line and then hitting. This is in the air, and it's going to fall safe. There's certainly been a couple of them in the air. Just eluding players or fielders.
I think they just started trying to pierce the field. They decided now we're going to go over. Not getting all of it. Just out of reach of the middle fielder. We'll have a few highlights of the power play. The power play at the end of this over, we'll show you some highlights, and it started with the first ball of the match.
Clipped off his toes.
That concludes the power play. 27 for 2. And Marties will be very happy with their position they find themselves in. A few of the shots played. It was the first boundary. It was a glorious shot through extra cover. Was followed by another glorious shot. But Marties find themselves really on top here. Early stages. They got rid of the danger man, Ludwig Schultz. That was the end of Intabella.
Uh, 27 for 2. Pukke. Marties tos gewen en hulle ingestel.
Bows to continue around the wicket to the left-hander now. And that is just flicked off the legs yet again. And Jeremy, I'm still constantly seeing this theory or this plan just not working out as well as Pukke, as Marties would like.
Yeah, that was far too straight. So it's easy pickings, especially for a left-handed batsman. When the ball is bowled straight, he just clips it all, and he'll work it all there all day. Fact of the matter is, I'm surprised that when Forsken came in and he had no idea about the short ball that hit him, why didn't you pepper him with more? I mean, he was on 0. What's he on now? He's on 3 of 9 deliveries. But goodness me, I'd have a go. But they have gone with these full-length balls all day long.
They've bowled more full deliveries in the first 10 overs than they've done all throughout this tournament. And I think it was that encouragement that had, as I said, that sheen on the pitch that would encourage you to just maybe get that movement off the deck. And it just haven't had it. And you're taking away the attributes that have got you here. The attributes of this fella here, Post, hitting the deck hard, hitting the surface hard.
Yeah, the one thing, when you have your opposition in a spot of bother, you don't want them to actually get back into the game. You do want to build pressure for as long as possible.
That's 100% correct. The other thing is, the bowler is unique as well. He's got his natural length. I mean, how many times didn't they tell Makaya and Tini, listen, pitch it up? But Makaya had his natural length.
Well, that's short. See, hasn't been played with a lot of conviction.
100%.
So my point is this, I'd test him a bit more.
None of the pull shots have gone for 4. And this is what Post have. He's a tall man. He hits the surface hard. There you go. Rushes you a little bit.
Well, we've got 2 boundary riders on the leg side, so one is just at mid-wicket, the one at fine leg, which is a bit more squarer. That was to the left-hander. Now he's bowling to the right-handed batsman. He's got a man on the point boundary. Oh, goodness, that was good fielding. Brilliant fielding from the boundary. Now that's what motivates a fielding side, is that when you attack the ball the way he did, get it in quickly, because it could always give you a chance of a run out.
And on this carpet, it gives you even added bonus that you don't think it's going to give you a little bit of a terrible bounce.
Morning, sir. How are you? Very good, thanks.
Morning. Well, there you go. You confident in that, Jeremy? How he's played that? Well, we're going to go to spin. It looks like Roxton Payne's going to be coming on to bowl here from the river end.
Coming back here. That's probably the plan. Alex and I have been just chatting about how to go about things. I've obviously graduated now. That's good. Yeah, maybe give Alex a call and then you can see. Because I would like to come back to play Cold Street and play club cricket, and then I'm going over in April. So I've got.
Well, Roxton Payne now into the tack, left arm spin. See what he comes up today with. Didn't bowl too badly, but I just felt he should have given balls a little bit more air the other day. But they did a good job.
Yeah, he bowled it too quickly through the air, didn't he? That they rather flat. That sometimes a little bit negative.
Yeah, we've done very well.
That's nice. Good start.
Yeah, that's a good start. I like that. Not too much pace. Good fielding.
Can't be giving too much width there. This is not a bun burner, is it? This pitch. Gotta try and where do I have to bowl to hit off stump? That's what you've always got to tell yourself. Around the wicket, they're gonna come to the left, to the right-hander.
Kom fijn.
Ik kan niet verstaan wat smiles aan van die. Who's United so next? What's special?
Yeah, balls are quick through the air.
Oh my goodness me! There's a profile, but he's given him! He's thought hard and long about this one. He's gone back into the crease, and that just looked adjacent. It took his time, and then up came the finger.
Well, Roxton Payne being introduced and immediately strikes.
Roxton Payne.
A little bit quicker. Maybe again not picking up the length. Straight out in front. Everybody was convinced. The umpire, he can take as much time as he needs. And that was given in the affirmative for Marty's third wicket gone. 33 for 3. Now, Pukke, they've got it all to do. It's the captain, Tahir Isaacs, that's going to come in and face the music here, and he has got to play a captain's knock of some stature.
150 so gewendet. Bij tijd dat ook.
I was just getting confirmation, Jeremy, to your question.
Yeah.
He cannot be replaced. It will just be a
substitution.
It will just be a 12th man.
Listen, can you listen on that?
All right, there we have it. Thank you, Eugene, for that. We've just heard it, that only be a substitution. So that means that if needed to bat, he'll have to come on one leg.
Well, captain needs to step up here. Marties can be on the attack, and they're just making him wait here. It's taking an age to set this field yet again. It's something that I've spoke about throughout this week, the amount of time these teams have taken when the new batsmen come in. But here we go.
I like that. That's what I want to see more from Roxton Payne. And then you get the one that I like to lure the batsman and then push the one through quicker, where he goes back and gets trapped LBW. Oh, that's in the air. The problem is on the coast wickets, and especially here, the ball is not going to bounce as much with turn as what you get on the high felt.
Yeah.
So in that is where the spinner comes into play, in terms of looping it and then getting the one to go on the straight.
Oh, it's been another successful over, and it could just be trial by spin here. This could be Pukke. Ken Pukke now into the attack. So we've had the left arm spin, now we're going to have the right arm spin. What combos to have in your lineup, in your armory.
Yeah, you've got to have all your bases covered. That's why they've had a good week. The important thing is when you come to weeks like this, players have got to play a certain amount of games. Some is going to sit out. I mean, today we see Gijsbert Vega and both Christie, out of a final. That just shows that you have to have depth if you're going to make decisions like that, and we can understand the reason why. Because of selections and all that. But then you've got to have depth, and that will bring you championship and trophies. Well, I'm just going to do this one more over, then I'm going to have a break. Tahir Isaacs, the captain, has joined Troske. Pukke into his business. Bit of a fumble. 2.
Yeah, the first blemish in the field. I think there'll be a few oohs and ahs now for the next half an hour or so with spin on. Good fielder is Jason Muirhead. Finds himself in that all-important cover region.
Nicely cut away. Only be a single.
Good feet there, isn't he? Quick feet there from Isaacs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Huddeke's still lying away. He's only conceded 3 runs.
One more ball, then I'll be moving out.
Looks like you're excited to be moving out, Jim.
Well, I need to rest my voice. You don't pay me enough money here to rest my voice enough. That's Bandelia's fault. I have to get it, bro. I'm only joking. We do what we love, for the love of the game. 38 for 3. And Eugene, I'm going to leave you in the company of a legend coming in here, in John Wright.
There's the situation so far. Troske 22 of 47. Tabela, he got 7 of 12, and now it's Isaacs with Troske that really need to rebuild for Pukke. And usually speak to this gentleman when we're walking around, but I'm glad to have him sitting next to me, Mr. John Wright. Good to have you with us. And my first question is, Mr. Wright, tournament number which is this for you as tournament director?
Yeah, thank you, Eugene. Different place to watch the game from now. It's tournament number plenty, I think. Yeah, I've done this for too long.
Well, still good to have you around. Big appeal, going for the reverse and just giving that umpire decision to make. And I mean, what a good venue, first and foremost. Obviously, when you come to this week, and you want the week just to play out, let the guys play the games. You don't want any sort of things to think about with rain and everything. And you definitely get that in Cape Town or Stellenbosch where we are now. And that's one of the worries you don't have to really be concerned about.
The facilities here at Stellenbosch are fantastic, and I mean, really hats off to Marty's who've gone out of their way to host this USSA week. Yeah, like I say, these two facilities where the final and third and fourth place are being played are really fantastic for these students to play.
It's nicely squeezed, just backward of point. Well, they come back for two. No, they won't. It'll just be the one. And how important is a week like this in comparison to where the other domestic cricket lies in terms of the provincial cricket? It is a very important phase as well for the youngsters as well. But how do you see it, and how would you like to see it going forward in terms of Cricket South Africa as well as USSA Sports?
Well, Eugene, you hit the nail on the head. It is a very important week within the career paths and of many of these cricketers. I think the competition is extremely high. Some of these universities and institutions have arguably better structures than some of the provincial setups. And I think it all ends very, very well for Cricket South Africa and the importance of a week like this. Over a number of years, I think that USSA have got the model close to perfect. I mean, it never will be 100% perfect, but this is a strength-on-strength competition. We have 8 quality teams or institutions playing in the A section, and then your B section are the next 8. And a week earlier, we had the B week that took place in Makanda. So there's lots of opportunities for the players, and it's great for them to compete at this level. Some of them play against each other at provincial or franchise level, and now they represent the institution. So a lot at stake for a lot of them.
I know there was other tournaments like the Varsity Cup. Hopefully we'll see that coming back in the near future. But is there a question where these universities, especially in the A section, can play against each other a little bit more often than just during 1 week of competition?
We'd ideally like that to definitely happen. Not too sure when they're going to be able to, because the cricket schedule is rather busy. Yeah. But you're right, the varsity sport cricket competition was fantastic for these guys. Live on TV, played at first class venues, as we had it in Potch for a lot of the time, and then moved to University of Pretoria for 1 year, I think it was. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's not happening at the moment, but Cricket South Africa are looking at other avenues and competitions for these guys.
I know there's various teams that's going to be selected at the end of this tournament as well. And what does that, or how does that hold, those guys being selected for that tournament? Are there any games, or will they be partaking in any tours coming up?
Unfortunately, there are no games scheduled for them. You know, in the past, the university's team used to play against either provincial team or a touring side that was in South Africa.
Oh, nearly. Oh, almost an absolute specky. Got his right hand to it. They're going to come through for 2. But that would have been a simply magnificent catch. I think that's Ross Bose there, flying away to his right-hand side. In aerially here by Trotsky. And might just come in picture the end of that. Oh, nearly getting there. He's such an athlete, is Ross Bose.
Yeah, they're quality players in both these teams. And I think if we look back after the 4 days of cricket thus far, it's probably justified that Northwest Potch and Stellenbosch are playing in the final. I think they look to have been the most consistent and best teams thus far.
Oh, quick run. And this is what they have to do. They've got to find a way to keep the scoreboard ticking. That's the end of the 15th. We're 5 minutes away from the first drinks break. So usually they do play other teams, but not this year, unfortunately. But hopefully that's maybe another thing to think about for USSA as well as CSA, to give more exposure to your better university cricketers coming through.
Yeah, so we're obviously always looking for opportunities for the team. So post this tournament, there will be a tournament team that's selected. We've got some quality selectors roving and roaming the grounds. So yeah, there's a slight bit of recognition. Obviously, we would really like them to play some form of match or competition. Those are not always available, but we are always, as the USSA fraternity, looking for opportunities for them, because that is nice recognition for the players that have done well in the week.
Yeah, and the other question I want to ask you is somebody that I spoke to a gentleman yesterday, and we spoke about this week, but more of the coaches tend to go to the Coke weeks and Cubs weeks, and they tend to ignore this level. What is your take on that? As in my view, this is very important, because this is your cricketers that have gone past their schooling. They might be in first, second, maybe in the third year. Good cricketers. And we don't want to miss that boat. We don't want to miss that diamond that could be playing provincial cricket, because yeah, it's good picking a youngster, but they are few and far between. The Andres of this world, Mapakas. These men now know their game. And isn't that a good time for provincial coaches as such to look at this level and say, listen, I've identified somebody?
I'd agree. I think this is an opportunity for those franchise and provincial coaches to come and have a look at this week. But that said, I think many of the players are already within the provincial and or franchise system, so they are relatively well known. And that's why we pride ourselves as university cricket in that this competition, especially in the A section, is very, very competitive. We've seen a team like the University of Pretoria for a number of years have dominated at this level. Last year we had Northwest Potch winning the tournament, who played exceptional cricket in Bloemfontein, and a team like Stellenbosch have always been there and thereabouts. So yeah, I think there are many opportunities. Those that are consistent, those that perform well, I reckon they would be on the radar of many a franchise or provincial setup.
Yeah, and that being said, is it important from a USSA perspective, USSA sports perspective, that you want to see these guys get in there, or is it a case in point you want this level to be as strong as you possibly can?
I think it's both. I think it's a double-edged sword. I mean, obviously the quality of the teams that come to this tournament is important, because that just pushes the bar up, and hence I reckon we have a fairly good product at the moment from a university perspective. It's trying to sustain that and maintain that level of competition. As I said, I think in some terms, and not being disrespectful to some of the provincial setups, I think some of these university teams and institutions have got fantastic programs running on their campuses.
They're down to third man. Well, John, I think it was 2018, I think I ran into you here, and the likes of University of Fort Hare, I remember that year, they got bowled out for one of the lowest totals. And what has been good, especially from my point of view, is how they have improved. They got bowled out, I don't want to say what they got bowled out for, but it was very cheap. But now they're really competing, even in that B section of this week. And that is good. Possibly, potentially from USSA's point of view as well. We see ETA, they're playing in that promotional final this year, and we're seeing more of the universities coming to the fore and identifying what is needed to compete at this level.
Yeah, we have a number of new kids on the block, as it were. Varsity College are relatively new at the A week. You mentioned ETA, another one that's fast coming through. Look, I think some of the institutions, all the institutions, on varying levels. Some get a lot of support from their respective universities, others lesser, and you can really see the difference between your A section teams and maybe the rest is, and again, that's not being derogatory to the competition, but the facts are that some of these teams get great support, great systems and structures. So it's refreshing for us to see the likes of an ETA and a varsity college coming into this sphere, because again, not every student or person wanting to go to university is qualified to go to university, and I think that's something that we underestimate a lot of the time. They're good cricketers, make no mistake, but they don't qualify to get into the university structure. So that's where the likes of the ETA and varsity colleges are affording those players that opportunity. Because at the end of the day, I think it's critical that guys do not rely, and girls for that matter, we're looking into the establishment of a university's women's setup, but the players have got an academic qualification to fall back on.
Yeah, and that's something we spoke about during this week as well. For the likes of the ones that can't have the grade or the numbers to get into your varsities, what other establishments like Varsity College, as you just mentioned, ETA now to the fore, that are being exposed at this level? And I think that exposure and just seeing other teams playing is always going to help them. It's going to help coaches. Hopefully the coaches are talking amongst themselves and between themselves to listen, what are you doing just in terms of getting to training and what do you do, etc. And just being open cards, just be transparent, and I think that will help. Obviously resources, financial and other stuff, that you can't control. That's just up to the individual institution. But certainly when it comes to coaches and coaching, I think there'd be a little bit more of an open book and helping each other.
Yeah, absolutely. So on the Tuesday night of this week, Gary Hampson, who's a coaching coordinator for Cricket South Africa, met with the coaches and they had the opportunity to discuss and talk about, things, maybe issues that they have within their own institutions or whatever the case may be. So I think there is a lot of transparency and a lot of talk happening between the guys. Obviously, at the end, I'm not naive to also understand that these guys are looking after their own interests as well.
100%.
Because, as they love to tell me, their performances determine whether they'll have a job next year. I don't always fall for that one, but yeah, I think the bottom line is that university cricket is in a strong, good place at the moment. Yeah, and hopefully long may it continue, because I think it's an important stepping stone for many of these players.
Well, we're going to have a little bit of a drinks break. I'm going to give John Wright just a little bit of time just to get his words in order. But there it is, 49 for 3 at the drinks break, and he'll join us back here in a couple of moments' time. Be back here at the Coetzenberg Oval, and it's going to be Jason Meerhead. Or is it Jason Meerhead? No, it's going to be a change of bowling. Just going to see who that is. That's not Meerhead. Ken Pukke. Coming from the river end.
Not a common surname, that Pukke, but I think probably the son of Udo Pukke, who used to play for KZN.
That's right. Yeah, I can remember that. Then, well, I'm not going to say about that. Less say about that, the better. Round the wicket to the left-hander. Immediately goes to the old reverse lap. Ross Bose chasing the ball. He's going to stop it. It's just going to be 2. So looking 12 months ahead, where will this tournament be happening in 12 months' time?
Yeah, so hosting a tournament of this stature is obviously not that easy. You've got to have 8 fields, preferably suitable fields, for the level of competition. So in essence, they probably need to be close to first-class status. But we are looking at going to Potchefstroom, Northwest Potch. Have not hosted in a while. It's always a good venue as well to host an event like this. Good facilities. The university has excellent facilities. So yeah, I think by and large, it probably will go to Potchefstroom next year.
Glad to see you used Makanda. You spoke about there for the section before this, because there were a lot of talking points when the Kaimajola got moved there, whether they'll have suitable fields. And I think what they found is it's actually very good. It was a very good tournament that week. And yeah, as you rightly said, the grounds are important as well.
Yeah, so the university committee tries to move the tournament around the countryside. It doesn't, become stuck at a particular venue. So I think for the B week next year, they're looking at possibly Polokwane to take cricket to Limpopo.
That's swept and swept hard. It's going to be a welcome boundary. Well played by Tyre Isaacs. He's a good sweeper. You play the sweeps and reverse sweep a lot. It was aerial, but no one there.
Yeah, it's quite noticeable come Thursday, Friday of this tournament how the scores seem to have dropped a little bit. Obviously, the players are a little bit fatigued. It's been nice and warm, lovely weather in actual fact, especially if you're sitting under a gazebo. But lovely weather for the tournament. I mean, often we do have rain interruptions and things depending where we are at this time of the year. But really fantastic weather that we've had here in Stellenbosch.
And maybe that brings me to another question. We see at ICC tournaments, especially that's maybe a week long. They normally play 2, have a rest day in between, and then play another 2. Is that something that you guys are particularly looking at, or are you happy with the format as it is over 5 days? Because as you now alluded to, fatigue does kick in. We have seen one bowler get injured with what looks like a little bit of a hamstring injury. You want to keep the quality of cricket throughout the 5 days at the highest possible form.
Yeah, so there are a number of, obviously cost would be the first thing. I mean, the institutions pay for, despite the contributions of Cricket South Africa, but institutions pay for their teams to get here, they accommodate them, their meals, etc., and transport. So, unfortunately, I think financial issues will be the first hurdle that we'd have to get around. Yeah, look, many of these players probably would never ever play 5 days of cricket in a row. So that in itself, I think, is a great test for them. And then at the end of the day, it's about these guys being consistent throughout the tournament. So the better teams, as we probably see here in the final, they've been consistent through the tournament. And I heard you talking earlier with Jeremy, is that the teams that have the best cover in all positions will probably come out triumphant at the end of the day.
Yeah, and that goes with planning throughout this week. You've got to plan, and you see certain players sitting out in certain games. You've seen David Christie and Biega sitting out this one for Marties as well, and we've seen other teams also set out some of their sort of more prolific players, and I mean coaches earn their dosh, as they say, in this week.
Yeah, very much so. There are a lot of moving parts. There's transformation requirements that they've got to have met throughout the tournament. Every player at this week is supposed to have played 3 out of 5 games. I think gone are the days where you send down 14 players and 3 of them are on the sidelines for 5 days. There's no player development in that. So.
Oh, here's a run out. Here's going to be a run out. Oh, he just made it back in time. He just turned and went. Sorry to cut you short there, Mr. Wright. But definitely thought that this could have been gone. Trotsky dotting down and going. Luckily, he didn't turn like a Kiwi too, because he got back just in the nick of time.
Yeah, he could have quite easily have done himself an injury there as well. So you mentioned injuries. We've to date there's been 4 players that have been ruled out of the tournament. It's bound to happen. As I said earlier, very few of them would have played 5 days in a row. Yeah, and many of them probably come from tough league systems, playing week in, week out. So this is a university week, and I can recall back to the days when I attended in those days the Technicons week. I mean, they were fantastic. Definitely not at the level that we experience and see here, but they were fantastic.
Yeah, and long may that continue as well. But it comes down to conditioning as well, and we know how well the men from Marties, Tuks, Pukke, not Koffsies, maybe even Tuks, apologies, they are well conditioned. We know what they go through as well, because we've seen it with the likes of, in terms of my time, even at UCT, I've seen the other coaches and what they do and how they prepare themselves, especially for a week like this, knowing that it is going to be 5 long days in the heat.
Yeah, rightly so. And
oh, that's going to be four bonus runs. Just about gets to the boundaries, overthrows, boasts, not happy. Teapots out.
yeah, and understandably, as a fast bowler, he's slogging it in, and I'm not too sure a shy at the stumps is quite necessary, especially when you've got them under the cosh a bit at 57 for 3. I mean, it's not plain sailing at the moment, so a little bit of a let-off.
Yeah. And just if I can also talk about just the transformation policies and that's in place as well, and giving all players, no matter if you white, black, coloured, everybody equal opportunities. And USSA has always been very good in looking at those aspects, making sure that on the playing field, everybody gets the same opportunity, same amount of time to do everything that's needed for them to become good cricketers.
Yeah, well, USSA, in conjunction with Cricket South Africa, are serious about transformation. We have been for a number of years. It's not something that's just popped up in the last year or two. So, and again, it's about, if you're selecting players, hopefully you've prepared them throughout the year leading up to this tournament. You've prepared them physically, mentally, skills-wise to be able to compete at this level. So for players to get here and then suddenly sit on the sidelines for 5 games is not on. So we have a strict policy, transformation policy, that by and large everyone abides with. And really, at the end of the day, it's for the betterment of the individuals and the players. And there's some fantastic players that come through this level. And in fact, if you think back to the World Test series, I think they called it, they were in the South African team. If I'm not mistaken, there were 7 or 8 players that had come through the university system, as well as 2 or 3 management that are involved. Creer van Wyk, for instance, fielding coach for the Proteas, is from Tukkies. Yeah, so again highlighting the importance of university cricket.
But it's not just stepping onto the field. He's actually doing what you're asked of you, whether you're bowler or batter. That is what I enjoy about USSA and what they want. It's not just a case in point, right? You've picked him, but It's played through the offside. Again, they'll run hard here. Isaacs, he's very quick. He'll come back for 2. And it's those aspects. If you're a bowler, you've got to bowl a certain amount of overs that game if you are a bowler. And those are the numbers that you guys check very diligently every day.
Yeah, correct. We call it, or refer to it as quality of opportunity. So it is important, absolutely. Players are selected with specific skills and roles to play in the team, and we expect that they execute those. And just that basically refers to your earlier question around these coaches earning their keep. And these are things that they've got to bear in mind all the time, and you know, be upfront and aware of the scenarios that play out in the game. For me personally, I think it's important. I was one of those players many years ago that I wouldn't say quite fine leg to fine leg, but it's you don't need those numbers to make up the game. I know there's a role for everyone within cricket, but we pride ourselves with that, and I don't think we're going to drop our standards with regards to quality of opportunity and the transformation. Well, definitely not.
No, I think you shouldn't. I think this is where you can see you earn your keep as a player, and you picked on merit to do a certain job, and that is important, and no one can say that USSA is not applying that to any of their tournaments.
The management of that does become tricky and difficult because, again, you know, one size doesn't fit all. No. And that is the nature of the game. The conditions change, etc., etc. But as far as possible, we need to remain consistent in our adjudication and the implementation. And I think, as I said, 99% of the teams buy into that and support that, and it's important that we continue along those lines.
Just as a tournament, John, this one, 2025, in your viewpoint, successful in terms of teams getting through communication, transparency, as well as the on-field, obviously, the performances that we've seen?
On-field, very good. Facilities, fantastic. I mean, we're in Stellenbosch. They are a renowned cricket venue. So, yeah, fantastic. I mean, by and large, the institutions are good. Can we be better? Absolutely, definitely. If we're serious about this, you can't only be serious in certain aspects of the game and the management thereof. So there's always room for improvement. I've been doing this for probably 30 years. So, we have got better, but I do think there is much room for improvement. But again, going back to my earlier comment around the A-section teams, and within that A-section you still have probably your top 4 or 5 that are really a step or two ahead of the rest, and that's merely because of their programs and the sustainability thereof that makes them different.
They come through for a quick run. And just lastly, John, before I let you go, and the importance, maybe a word to maybe school kids that are coming through their schooling, who might be grade 11, they might have just finished grade 12, thinking about coming to university. I mean, education is very important. If you got the grade, or if you just sort of try and work hard on that to get in, because at this level there is a platform for you to sort of showcase your skills as well, and who knows where you can go on this USSA platform.
Absolutely. An academic qualification behind your name is critical. I've seen far too many players over the years that thought they were going to make it as a cricketer, and obviously fantastic cricketers. The problem is you get an injury or something changes in your life, and all of a sudden you're left not being able to secure an income from cricket like you had intended, and you've got to have something academically to fall back on, some form of qualification. So it is critical, and I think the important thing is to also emphasize is that it's not necessarily only a university that you have to go to. There's an ETA, there's a varsity college offering a variety of courses for the players to take on, and it's really important that they follow that route and choose a university that suits their needs. The cricket, as much as it's important in many people's lives, it's not the be-all and end-all.
I know a certain Neil McKenzie. Yeah, he was a very good cricketer. He studied even while he was my captain at the Lions, and just shows how the different viewpoint it is. And he maybe said, if I can just turn time back a little bit, spend more time. Oh, that is high in the air. And that's going to land, just through the hands of Ajam, who ran in. And through they come for two. Disappointment all round for Marties.
Yeah, the qualification perspective. Stephen Cook is another one that I can just recall off the top of my head. All these guys have come through this level, and there are a number of those players that are either still playing or moved on post-cricket now, but they have that qualification to fall back on. Because unfortunately, your lifespan as a cricketer, you can't still be playing at 40. Well, if you are, the likelihood of you making a living out of it are very, very slim. So, and we've seen the likes of Quinton de Kock. Yeah. Unfortunately, he didn't follow the tertiary route, but they end up retiring 30s, late 20s, and you've still got a large part of your life to live.
Yeah, just getting the all-round person. I think that is the message that USSA wants to get out there. Yes, it's great to be on a field like this, playing with your mates and everything else, but I think off the field, get that right, and who knows. But again, from our side, John, it's great to get your insight, listening to you as well, and that's in the air. That's going to go over mid-on. Will be cut off. It'll just be a second. But again, from our point, continue the work that you are doing, you and your team. It's great having you guys here as well, and wherever the tournament may be, we wish you all the best with that, and all the best with announcing the teams later.
Yeah, thank you. And I think it's important. We've come great strides here. We've got live streaming, as you guys are involved in here, and it's critical in getting the message out about university cricket, the value that it brings, and affording people opportunity to watch their institutions, their players, etc. around the country. So thank you for what live streaming is doing for them. Thank you.
Well, thank Bandile and Pitch Vision. And John, great to hear you and your insights. Always love talking to John Wright. Man, that has been involved with this tournament for a number of years. As I said, met him for the first time here in 2018. That's the story at the minute. NWU, 72 for 3 after 22 overs. And these two men are trying to salvage a massive partnership here. And into his main seat, as I call it, the ever-present, effervescent Jeremy Fredericks is back.
Thank you. You've worked hard this morning.
I'm loving it. Just loving chats like that and finding out more. And what a man John Wright is. He is, especially with a tournament like this.
Yeah, and that's the good thing that makes things work, Eugene. You get quality people involved, you're going to get quality as well. And such a lot of gets done behind the scenes, of which he's one. I'm glad to see quite a few people that one has worked with over the years and that they're still involved. And that's brilliant to see.
And he highlights just the importance of education as well. USSA has provided that format for them. And it's not just that's going to be wide down the leg side. It's not just universities. We're talking about the colleges coming through, ETA College, Varsity College now, where kids can go to further their studies. It doesn't just necessarily have to be a university. And USSA have opened their doors now for these kids to say, listen, we encourage you to go and study further, get that education, get that diploma, get that degree, whatever it is. And then just the work around taking it wider out and looking at where the next tournament's going to be. I think it's just been, I've enjoyed that half an hour, I have to say, getting the insight of John Wright.
Now you're going to be put up with me.
Could be you or Bandile. I think I'm going to get more out of you than Bandile.
Good running, good awareness. Tahir Isaacs has looked solid for he's 22. Trotsky has moved on to 40. Although he's lived a chance life too. 1 or 2.
Yeah, he has. And just a word on the colleges taking part there. Varsity College playing Fort Hare today. And Fort Hare has 76 for 4. And then the other one, ETA, have got UCT in a bit of bother. 63 for 5.
Is that for promotion?
Yep.
Yeah, it's UCT lingering down in the second division. Sad to see a big university like that, a big institution. That their cricket used to be strong. Goodness me.
Well, being involved before, I can say the lessons haven't been learnt. And been saying that for years.
There's an appeal for a catch and given. And that's the 4th wicket down. Isaac's gone. He perishes. Present picks up the wicket. And the job is done behind the stumps by Caden Solomons.
Well, you're back in the hot seat to bring that. There was another one. Looks like another strangle down the leg side. Not sure what this comes off.
He's not happy, the batsman. Shows it came off his thigh pad, but he was given.
If we get a chance to look at this again, look at where the bat is in relation to the ball. And that just doesn't comply. If you look at where Isaacs is trying to play this ball around the corner, and just look at the angle of the bat. Oh.
Yeah, missed the bat by a mile, that. Missed the bat by a mile.
Just when you start rebuilding, Jeremy, you get a decision like that. 75 now for 4. Pukke's got it all to do.
Yeah, that's a pity because that partnership was growing.
The bat was nowhere near that.
Nowhere near.
Nowhere near.
The Marties get their 4th. Albeit off the thigh pad. And now you can look at it over and over and over. It's not going to change, yeah. And the sad part is the batsman could get into trouble for showing dissent
That's
there.
correct.
And that wasn't a good decision at all. Anyway, we have the privilege of, that's a good delivery first up, of looking at it as September comes in. William September, of looking at replays over and over and over again. That's why this review system is such a good system. Unfortunately, it's only used at international and top standard cricket. But I'm sure someone will devise ways and means as the future evolves. And someone will come up with technology to actually help and assist, especially at this level as well. Because the important thing is in the game is to get to the correct decision. And yes, umpires are going to make mistakes, so players too. So you got to take the good with the bad.
But as umpires, you only got only the 2 of you out there.
Yeah.
And that is where the square leg umpire just needs to, because he's a little bit close, just can get a little bit of assistance. And that is what they are trained to do. And I'm, for one, not saying that umpires are perfect. I'm not saying that. And I mean, you can just take that up with a certain Mr. Niels Moornberg, who looks after the umpires in domestic, and between the match referee and the person looking after the umpires, I'm sure that will be quite an half an hour that no one wants to miss, listening to the 2 of you. Wonder where he is walking around. Does so much walking, does Niels Moornberg.
He's got the Moornberg shuffle.
Also loves his golf. I think we need to take him on one day. You and I versus him. Not at Millie's though.
No, we can play at Westlake.
Yeah.
Oh, the batsman was slow to start off the starting blocks there. Trotsky was off immediately. But, it was William September, a little bit slow there to get off the mark, but eventually home comfortably. It's a little bit of breeze starting to come up. It was wonderful this morning.
Yeah, they say it's not going to be as hot as what it was yesterday.
Were you boiling yesterday?
No, it was lovely underneath. Yeah, it was beautiful. Mr. Adams was complaining that the breeze came up. I said, that breeze, you don't know what that is, man. Good to see a few people in as well, Jeremy.
Yeah, always be. Parents flying in and driving down to Cape Town, staying here for the holidays. We had a word with Matthew and Ross's father, and he making the trek down to Cape Town to come and watch his son. Matthew, of course, plays for the Warriors.
You told me a story yesterday. Remember lockdown?
Yes.
You couldn't get anywhere in, so the youth tournament was held during lockdown. So it was a bubble. Remember the old bubble systems we used to have? So that no one could come watch. And if we look away to the right hand side there, you see there's a blue mobile toilet unit.
Yes.
So they used to find their way and park there and watch the game through binoculars if they played on that side. Then, if the game was here in the Coetzenberg Oval, they would find themselves on the hill. If the game was on the Tussies, you see where that white van is up there. They used to get their chairs parked, no umbrella, and just sat there in the sun, watching. And I think it was a certain Niels Mombo that took a photo of these people sitting up there and said they got dropped off by the helicopter.
Yeah, what people don't do for the love of the game. Your burger's in the bag.
That's a good woman.
Well, James took the boerewors er also uit.
James.
Boerewors er al. Die burger, weet jy wat hy die boerewors rol op soek hier?
Last sleeping place, you can understand this. You can understand this. Percent steaming in here. There's no point having a slip if you're going to bowl that line. Oh, what's that? It's order.
Give you the money.
Order just now.
Four wickets down, hell of a job to do still. Now for these two batsmen in, Trotsky's looked good, solid, he's prodded into the gap for one.
Good single. Yeah, non-striker, he was on the money this time. He was working away, yeah. Made it with consummate ease.
Yeah, he's looked the sensible of the lot that I've seen bat before. He's advanced to 43 now. He's got to do the resurrection job. Wide. Nicely played. Just the one. Had good control to keep it down.
Like that, yeah, indeed. Stood up tall. I wonder how long the slip's going to be in for him. Plenty of left-handers in this Pukke side, isn't there?
Lots of them. I've seen four, at least out of the four batsmen, one's a right-hander that got out earlier.
I think that's the only right-hander.
Are there more to come?
Ludwig Schultz, Tabela, Trossik's left hand, Volskink, he was right-hander, LBW. Isaacs was a left-hander, William September's a left-hander.
Well, speaking to the coach this morning, Ryan Bailey, was all smiles, but nervous of this game because they said last year they got to this level as well and lost to Pukke.
Yeah, both teams undefeated this year and last when they met in that final.
And deservedly so, that the final then be between these two top sides.
I was talking there to John Wright and get your view on this. And obviously, yes, it is a money thing. Let's say money wasn't the overriding factor. That at ICC level, you in a week-long tournament. In a week-long tournament, you play 2 days, you off for one.
Thank you.
You play 2 days, and then you off for another one. Oh, that is hit as sweet as a nut. All the way for horns. What will your take be on having a rest day after 2 days of cricket? Just to keep the bodies in check, the momentum in check.
Well, I have no problem with the rest day. I think it's a good idea. I'll tell you what, 5 days of cricket on the trot can be a nightmare at times, especially when players have got a little bit of niggles. Look, for these guys to last 5 days, we know they're young, they're fit and all that, but it takes a lot out of you.
Cut away through the offside for one.
Well, I'm seeing them. They've all come out. All the guys that worked with me many years ago. Here's Ibrahim Boomgaard also. Good to see him as well and still being involved. And that's what it's all about, to be involved with students' cricket. Yeah, I think a rest day is a good thing. You probably play 4 out of the 5 and do they still have, I know the universities used to play against the provincial side at the end of it.
No, not this year.
They used to pick sides, and that was also something to look forward to. Yeah. One was involved as a selector and convener for many years with USSA weeks. So there were always 2 sides selected.
That's something that John Wright alluded to. There will be a side selected, just obviously for the best players, and usually, as he said, they play against either the home province or touring side that might be here. It's not going to happen this time round, and they are thinking about doing certain things, maybe tours going forward, etc. We also spoke about the likes of, is 1 week of cricket at university level where you come together, is that enough? And he also alluded to that, yeah, they would love to give more opportunities for universities, for players, not just at a 1 week tournament, It needs to be a little bit more than that. But obviously, everything, as we know, revolves around resources and finances.
Yeah, but why can't you play? I know we talk about finances and resources, and that was my big point about finding sponsorships. If we could find sponsors back then, way back in Unity, and have so much sponsors on board, what is the marketing team doing to ensure that those sponsors, because you just let my mind go when you speak about universities having to play cricket. First of all, you look here at the Western Cape, and there's 4 universities in this establishment. So why don't you create them playing against each other, Eastern Cape up to border, and then up in Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, and then at the end of the day you say, right, the top 4 universities play each other. That's another way of looking at it, giving extra cricket to universities.
Well, in the USSA system, there's Marties, as we know it, UWC, UCT, CPUT, there's Varsity College. So
And there's ETA.
and there's ETA. So
UCT. So there's five,
there's
6.
five or six in this region.
So each one can
And so
play.
based on what you are saying,
Yeah.
say let them play more often, and then from that, it doesn't have to be just in a one-week tournament. It can be maybe
Over
once a
period.
month or whatever the case may be, and then the winner of that goes and play with someone else.
Or you say at the end of that week, there's 6 teams or whatever playing here, you pick a team. And they then go and compete with the best team in KwaZulu-Natal. That's picked aside there. And then you take the universities up at Johannesburg. So you take the top side here, you pick a team. You pick a team in Eastern Province, you pick a team in KwaZulu-Natal, in Gauteng, and then they play each other. That's another way of looking at it. I think the bottom line is how you derive and what format. The bottom line is we've got to play more cricket. That's also the problem at domestic. So you get some sides, guys are playing 3 cricket games a season. It can't be.
It's seven games per format. 7 games per format. It's not enough. Well, it will open the likes of universities like in the KZN area. It's not here this week. You'll see more of them becoming involved in the system as well. We've got to give them also an opportunity. Yeah, at the minute, they're probably not at standard to compete here. That's why they're not at this week.
So maybe with tertiary and all that, you say at the end of the day, government, it's easy for them to say, right, you got to have this, you make sure that ladies cricket also transpires and all that, but where's the money? I think they got, if everyone takes 5% of their salaries, there'll be enough money to cover all the weeks.
Wallace got us.
Oh, looking for another strangle down the leg side. Jeremy, we've been on this season alone, just this season alone. How many strangle down the leg sides haven't we seen this year?
Yeah.
Compared to any other.
Absolutely.
I mean, cricket is a funny game, but surely it can't be that funny.
Yeah, no, it's you know, to me, it's a massive thing that, you know, games have played. So, yeah, that's where you want the Department of Sport. And I know you're going to say there's a lot of sporting codes and all that, but if you want things to flourish, they got to also help Cricket South Africa to find sponsors outside. Or what does government do to say, right, businesses are given to so many people, why not in being involved and just make sure that the money gets spent in the right direction? There's got to just be checks and balances in place and make the sport flourish, because I tell you what, we can't be that good. We're the best rugby team in the world. Our soccer's on the up. The cricket is doing fantastic with limited amount of funds. Let it be added. Now, how much more better can we be if more funds get pumped in and more help gets offered, and we're going to get better quality of cricketer and then win more around the world? Puts you in prime position, doesn't it?
Yeah, that and more. And maybe we are just in a purple patch of our sporting environment at the minute. Hopefully our Pukke can do that at Cape Town Stadium for you this weekend, Jeremy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they used to winning the Dubai tournament. They came 5th the past weekend. So maybe it's their turn to come and win Cape Town this weekend. A lot of people looking forward to it. It's such a lovely beachy party atmosphere. Because you're right at the beach. You're close to all those restaurants on that. That was close. The throw was somewhat off the mark. And Caden Solomon's injured himself there in the process.
Yeah, there was a wild throw. He had to dive away to his right, and you just got a feel for keepers and their fingers. No matter how much protective inside gloves you're wearing there, that is not a nice one.
And all you do is, when the bat is about to face, just not try to get closer, one step one. Let it do it mine. Gents? Nope. Nothing?
We've got you on. Oh, Ryan Bailey strutting past. Yeah, I reckon he must come and do a commentary stint.
No, not too bad. I'll see my I don't have a commentator's voice with me. Bring back again.
Yeah, he's a happy man at the moment. His team is in the final.
It's not
Still
just
with work to do.
Not just in the final. 90. They got the team 95 for 4 after 27 overs.
He's probably going to get a bonus check from Ilam at the end of this if he wins it. Ilam Groenewald, the head of sport here at Marties. And she's been before that at UWC, University of the Western Cape.
Well, Jeremy, this might be a good time for me to vacate my seat because the old Momberg Pounce is making his way very quickly to this area now. And why not give him an extra 3 minutes to where you two can get acquainted? So I'll give it over to you two for now.
Yeah, you deserve a break. I mean, you've been on air since the start of it. But if you earn the big money, you've got to do the work, as they normally say. Right, has the injury been resolved here to Caden Solomon? It's taken a while, but as we have that happening at the moment, Niels Momberg has stepped into the commentary box here next door to me. Niels, lovely to have you here and good to see you. He's my boss these days too.
I've been your boss for many years.
Yes, you have.
Good morning, Jeremy. Nice to be here, nice to spend some time. And what's nicer to sit next to a cricket field and talk cricket, live the cricket. Yeah, it's been good. It's good being around.
Yeah, Niels these days is head of umpires in South Africa and make sure that all the schedules for match referees have been involved in schools cricket. I mean, ever since we started off way back in the 90s in the development program of South African cricket with Kaya Majola, the legendary Kaya Majola. And you've seen it all over the years.
Yeah, Jeremy, I've seen it all. You know, look, my apologies to the listeners. I'm not really studied the players and who's bowling in this good final year. What I will say is that people will say and talk about standards and whatever. Standard this week's been very good. Marty's on top here. Yeah, I've seen it all. And I've done a few things. Didn't play that well, but I played at this particular tournament 3 times in the early 1990s. I was fortunate enough, I always say, is that I was there on Unity, when all the black universities started playing cricket as well. Well, they were playing cricket, but playing in a unified structure. Before Unity, the universities like Fort Hare, Unitra, and those didn't play and they were not part of the structures. As all spinner runs in again. Yeah, so yeah, now I've seen a few things, Jeremy, and I've seen a few things with you.
Yeah.
And we've been, it's a long time. We are now approaching our 60s, Jeremy and I, and we've known each other since our early 20s.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's been a long. We've had a lot of fights along the way, and also some very memorable moments.
Never personal.
Never ever personal. That's the good thing, and it was always for the good of cricket, and that's what it's all about. Yeah, you're talking about standards. Look, I've been here now for 2 days. I've been here the other day, and what I've seen, I'm very happy. And if we look even at the state of our cricket currently, I think the big talking point is always sponsorships and what is needed and the difficulty finding them these days. But there's got to be a way to find sponsors. And I think more effort in that regard can be put in. Because South African cricket is in a healthy state at the moment. I mean, going to India and winning a series.
No, there's good things happening on the field. When you talk a bit, like, once again, the talk on standards started with universities cricket. You know, people will tell you that when they played back in the day, or when I played, I had to face Richard Snell and Stephen Jack and those guys, and they were Proteas. But those were different times. Protea international players don't play club cricket anymore, unless they have to come back from injury. So, but just out and out student cricketers, this has been a very good standard. I'm quite impressed, and I'm sure the selectors will be able to pick a strong side at the end of the week. But yeah, interesting game here. Ducks, Marty's, amazing how they would have discussed and spoken about how they're going to get Ludwig Schult out. Probably since August this year. And what happens? First ball of the game, he gets out.
And a full toss once that a full delivery that he had dispatched for 4 and then the extra cover in.
Unbelievable.
And poof, he hit it straight to the man.
Very
there.
dangerous cricketer.
Yeah.
He's come through the structures, been to the Cubs week, been to the Kamajola week as well. But you would discuss how you're going to do it, and then suddenly he has an Afrikaans a brain floater. I can't say in English what it is because that's be rude. And then he's out, 1 ball. And the whole demeanor, I could see the players, everybody's shoulders drops. Yeah.
Yeah, that just shows you so. But now, this is then where the test of character comes. How deep are they going to dig? When Trotsky, he survived, he looked a bit scratchy earlier on, but now he's got 46 of 90 balls, and he said suddenly now getting into his stride. So he's got to do the bulk of the batting, and everyone else coming in got to bat around him.
Absolutely.
Driven again on the offside, but there is insurance, only 1 to the offside.
Jeremy, you and I are old fogies, and we'll talk about the longer format of the game, and my son calls me Niels the purist. But this game, this is a T20 game. Right now the game was over. But the longer the game goes, it's a 50-over game. There's 22 overs left. They can get another 120 here.
As he strangled him down the leg side, there's a huge appeal. Umpire says no.
They can get another 120 here. They get to 230, they have a chance. So the longer the game goes, my favorite example always been the last, let's have a look. No, game of the leg. Fantastic decision by the umpire. Umpiring and really going well in South Africa at the moment.
Yeah, there was one before. That was a bit of a strangle, but umpiring is going well. I'm also on the other side of the fence.
People must understand is that, like players, like Schult made a mistake this morning, got out first ball. Umpires will also make mistakes, but they get a lot more right than they get wrong. So yeah, we were talking about earlier about the longer format. You remember a game? Was it 2011-12? Newlands, South Africa, Australia, Werner Verlander on debut, where I said to Graham Smith, Dad, I saw him in the Oaks. I said, nah, it's done, it's over, bloody useless. I'm disappointed. And like a day and a half later, South Africa won by 9 wickets. Vernon got, what did he get?
5 in the first
5 innings. He picked up, I think, 9 or 11
Yeah, he got 5 for 47
and
in the
it was
first
interesting, but because of the time factor, you can stop. The conditions change. And what was interesting, I asked Graham, like, what happened there? Why did...
Here's a huge appeal.
And he says, what happened? The wind changed. He says, when Vernon bowled, the northwester was blowing. And then they came out to score him, and they came out and they had to score 205, 198, and they won by 9 wickets. Him and Hashimamla knocked off the runs. As Goodacre runs in again, famous sports name from the Midlands. Ken Goodacre, I assume is the son of Uda Goodacre.
Oh.
Maritzburg College boy. He played rugby for Natal and cricket.
Yeah, Maritzburg College. The old stomping ground of Mr. Mike Boucher.
Mr. Mike Boucher, yes. Mr. Mike Boucher, legendary hockey and cricket coach from Maritzburg College and Jeppy School for Boys. Wonderful servant to school sport in our country. Could be very proud of his career. He made it into Kevin Peterson's book.
Yeah, he did indeed. I read it.
Because he dropped KP for having an average attitude. There's a surprise. Yeah, but I'm sure Kevin will now admit that it was all part of his development. Mike Boucher, wonderful teacher of young men. Back in Maritzburg now.
Yeah, I see that he's back there. I'm happy. That's where he probably will call it a day.
So I was saying, Graham said the wind changed. When Vernon bowled, that day when he ran through the Aussie, it was a northwester, and then the next day when they batted, the southeaster was back and it became flat. Yeah, so the longer the game, the better for the game, I believe.
Well, there was no wind this morning. It suddenly come up here as well. But these facilities are beautiful. What a place to play cricket. I mean, just to sit here, besides the scenery and all that. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 games happening here, just in the precincts of about half a kilometre.
Look, I mean, jokes aside, Jeremy, you're right. I don't think, look, it gets windy here, but I don't think there's a better venue for a cricket tournament where you sit, you get the festival atmosphere, people under the trees.
Again, an appeal. I just think William September needs to just settle down a little bit. He's got Trotsky. They can't be giving their wickets away. There's been 3 appeals. There's one that's going to straighten up and he's going to miss. This one just probably looking to miss leg stump. Yeah, umpire unmoved. But I just think that, as they say a good word in Afrikaans, William September just needs to be a little bit more rustig. Be a bit more circumspect. Here we go.
There we go, just like that. See, look, we're sitting downwind, so he probably heard you.
Yeah, Mpela Maleka. He's into his 3rd over. Just gone for the solitary 6 runs thus far. Well,
Fine
that was,
shot.
yeah, that's a better shot.
Fine shot for 6 over cover. Cricket lesson there for the youngsters. Hits with the wind. You hit into the wind, you might be caught. Yeah, there's moments in cricket. Potts were under the pump, but right now, if they have good plans, as Maleka runs in again, 2 September, he gets inside of the ball and whacks it over cover for a fine 6.
Yeah, a lot of it is also going to be cricket awareness. You've got to pick which ball you're going to dispatch. You can't just walk in. It's not a game where you walk in and you think, right, here we go. I'm Tarzan, bang, bang, bang. You've got to pick the right delivery to hit. And that was a fine shot.
That's where baseball cricket confuses me.
Good delivery once again. Yeah, but the best part that I watched last night, you're talking about baseball, is that they were 270 for 8 with about 40 minutes. I tell you what, the Australian commentators, anyway, let me not say anything about it. I mean, they were talking about the declaration and getting Australia into bat. I mean, I've never heard so much rubbish in my life. I've heard rubbish before, and lots of it.
I wouldn't put it past McCullum and his team, and But you're right, it's Test cricket. You battle.
Well, you were just talking about time now.
Exactly. Like our dear old departed friend Hilton Ackerman used to say, young man, there's nothing wrong with blocking a maiden.
Yeah, well, yesterday was a call. I went to the memorial service of one of the great servants of cricket, and probably one of the best leg spinners this country's produced, Dennis Hobson. And what a man, in terms of not only as a cricketer, and you know, I always say there's one thing that people forget about him. We always looked at Dennis the cricketer, Dennis the leg spinner, but people forget about his business prowess and the man that studied here as a chartered accountant. And that's what he was. And the amount of people that you heard yesterday that never spoke about it, that he helped and gave opportunities in life.
He was in the mohair business.
Mohair business, yeah. So it's always great to hear stories like that when you know. Well, we spent some good evenings. I mean, the other day you guys just gave me a photograph in Oudtshoorn, which it's there, and it's got to go onto the mantelpiece where Dennis Hobson was. And they talked. His brother Larry spoke about his business prowess as a youngster and how Hobbers would have a net put on the farm and just bowl there in the winter months when it was cold. And Larry said to him, what are you going to do? He says, well, if you don't practice at your game, you're not going to get better. And that's what he always strived for.
Yeah, I have such fond memories in the 70s. You know, the Eddie Barlow era. So it was a thing. So I would come out of school, Laerskool Paul Roos, and then later Laerskool Eikestad. And I'd go home back to the farm by bus. And then often on a Monday afternoon in summer, my dad, I walked out and he was there. And I said, kom, Barlow het verklaar. Which means there's going to be drama in Newlands on Monday afternoon. And I have vivid memories of watching Dennis Hobson bowl, and even the nets they were warming up, and you could hear the whirring of the ball through the air, how he actually spun it hard. As Maleka continuing to Trotsky. Well fielded there by Marties. And then I remember one day vividly, I think they played Eastern Province, and he took 6 wickets in the afternoon and he bowled them out into the Southeaster. And as I walked off, you know, as kids you run onto the field. And I could see blood dripping from his fingers where he broke the skin as he were bowling the leggies. No, wonderful memories, wonderful bowler. Wonderful man.
Yeah, indeed he was.
Liked his red wine.
Yeah, red wine and cricket.
That one. He wasn't a beer drinker like most other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a red wine man.
Yeah, he was a red wine man, and like at Stellenbosch, like myself, when we could only afford tassies. That's what he had as well, Dennis. No, wonderful, kind man. Yeah, may his soul rest in peace.
Yeah.
He will be remembered.
Absolutely.
Anyway, you and I will remember him.
Yeah, and so will lots. The nice thing, nicely tickled around again for a single. Trotsky has moved on to his 50, while we're just singing the praises of Dennis Hobson. But what was the amount of people that there were yesterday? And ex-cricketers Stephen Jeffries, Adrian Kuiper, Peter Kirsten. Wow, it was just phenomenal. And I was a youngster then. You know, Peter Kirsten was my hero as a youngster. And just to see these guys again, I mean, they're much older now, older than me. And that's in the air. And luckily they didn't advance for the single. There could have been trouble.
Yeah,
but I mean, you talk T20 cricket. What did Adrian Kuiper not have done in the modern day game?
And Faik Davids.
Yeah? Yeah, he coaches UWC.
Yes, he's at this tournament. Yeah, the game changes, the world moves on. Not always happy with the moves, but you know, that is what it is, I suppose.
Where's that gone?
Out.
Just a single once again.
He was lucky to get away with that. You spoke about cricket awareness earlier. Look, it was high, so you might have thought it's a no ball anyway. It is a free hit no ball. But he hit it into the wind. but it's a free hit coming up. Oh, to be a bowler these days, the batsman's batter the bats gets bigger, the field, the boundary comes in, the balls gets harder, they use more balls, there's free hits, oh my word, everything is loaded into
The favour of batsmen.
now the poor bowler is standing there. He's got half his team in his ear. They're allowed to move the field because there was a run taken in the previous ball. Otherwise, you have to keep the same field.
Yeah, and when they get on the green top and the batsmen get bundled out for 170, then they start crying. Too much grass on the wicket. Well, he tried to play the reverse switch.
I'll rather not say anything, sir. I try to kids when they ask me, when there's a free hit, just hit it for 4. Don't play a fancy shot. You have a free hit. It means there's a vrij skoot in Afrikaans. You can do what you will, but now he plays that shot. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, Niels. Even they do it, not only at schools cricket, they do it at international level, my friend. And then when they only get 1 for it, then you think, why all this effort for 1 when you could have just hit it over the top for 4? 16 for 4 now, after 33 overs. 17 overs remaining. Where would they end? How are they going to play it from here? As you said, if these two stay in and they get another 100 from here on in, they're 216. There's 18 overs left. The thing is this, you've got to bat. You've got to bat for periods. You've got to bat and make sure that you stay in. The longer you bat, the better the situation. How many years have you been at, almost said UCB, at Cricket South Africa now?
I was at UCB, Jeremy.
Yes, no, we will, yeah. UCB.
So I started on the 1st of January 1998. Well, I was appointed, and I was very fortunate to be appointed by the late Kaya Majola, who we both saw him as a bit of a father figure and a mentor. And I still get emotional when I think of him, and he's been gone 25 years.
Yeah, it's a long time.
So to answer your question, I'm now in my I'm going to my 28th year at Cricket South Africa.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Yeah, it's very fortunate, Jeremy, to have served and getting opportunities in this wonderful game. Mother still asks me, so when are you getting a real job?
Who, your mother?
Yes. She doesn't think watching cricket is a job.
Yeah. It's brought us lots of joys.
Absolutely.
Given me lots of opportunities too.
Opportunities, and you mentioned a few of the people that we got to know, your friends and Hilton Ackermans and the Trevor Quirks and your friends, the Robin Jackman, wonderful people. Very fortunate.
Yeah, and they helped me in broadcasting.
Absolutely.
Robin Jackman, Trevor Quirk.
I'm not sure if I would pay millions to trade my memories and experiences.
Well, someone asked me once, what did you want different in your life? I said, I would have made a few adjustments, how I did things, and maybe as a youngster making certain mistakes. But I'd never trade what I did. And I was in, someone said to me the other day, you were in the most fortunate position. I was 8 years old, Niels, and I wanted to become a broadcaster. Listening to Gerard Verweer's 1974 against the British Lions and listening to Charles Fortune. And I said, I want to become a broadcaster one day and be involved in cricket. And it's just been my life. I could leave the teaching profession, which I was also fond of, and be involved with the game of cricket that I love so much, and the game that has given me so much. And the people that I've met, it's lifelong friends.
Yeah, it's wonderful. As they walk off for drinks, the game is quite... I think Marty's is probably still ahead. But there's 16 overs left, and I think from Northwest University point of view, is that they didn't lose a lot more wickets.
Yeah.
You know, it's like hanging there, keep going. You know, give yourself a chance. Yeah, Jeremy, it's been an amazing journey for myself. I mean, as I said, and then sometimes, I mean, what is the new thing they talk about now is recency bias. So this year, the ICC had a meeting that I was involved in. It was in London during the test match that we beat Australia to become world champions. I'm thinking, how lucky am I to sit there, paid for, go there, watch the Proteas play, win that match where nobody gave us a chance. Now everybody said, nah, they knew. Nah, nobody gave us a chance. Beat the mighty Australians, who's been the dominant force in cricket for most of the last 150 years. You know, he had flickerings in between with us, and maybe India is now coming to the fore, the West Indies in the 70s and the 80s to the early 90s. But this to be there. There's no monetary value to that, but those memories, the pictures, the photographs, you know, on that I can give that 5 days. You know what a privilege it is to sit in the stand and you look around and Adrian Markram was batting and he's in his 80s and he's batting for his life and he's winning it for South Africa, and suddenly you recognize his mum and dad sits right behind you. She's completely emotional. He's completely stressed out. I mean, there's just I know them and I did say hello to them, but just to be around that, it's like, no, then I'll rather die averagely and poor. But those memories and knowing Kaya, knowing you, knowing coming across people like Graham Pollock and people that are now late in department like Said Majid, who I wasn't fortunate enough to watch him play, and I mean Jeff Crow. There's now match referee. Great man, wonderful. Yeah. It's just like I can sit here the whole day and talk about that. So, no, wonderful experience, wonderful, and yeah, I'm very happy that I was allowed to walk around, you know, amongst the giants of the game and just watch cricket here. And in 5 years' time, I said, remember, Jamie, that day we saw this guy here playing Schultz. He's now playing for South Africa. Yeah. Of course, it happens all the time as we get older.
Yeah, it happens too quickly these days.
Exactly.
And none of the years go so fast.
Jeremy, if I may, quickly, and I've got a few minutes left, I just want to talk about the umpire, seeing that I'm now heading up. It's like,
yeah, no, sure.
So our, as you know, but just for the listeners, I mean, they are all also on a journey. So when they get to this level, they would have come through the under 16 tournaments and under 17 and under 19 Kaimajola and whatever. And the ones that do well here. So we have 2 umpires here. They did well this week. So they've advanced their careers. They probably might get a go at the Cubs week when we're back here in the beginning of January as well. Umpires Gous and
Nathan Rhodes.
Nathan, I call him Smiley. He's always got a big smile on his face. Called for Uber one day when I was in George. He came to fetch me. So he does a few things, including, but they're just talking. That's like, people often, umpires get a lot of flack, but there's also a pipeline, and they also get trained, and we spend time and invest time and money in them to ensure that our umpire structures are up there as well. Famous Marie Erasmus used to play on this field. Yeah. As well.
Yeah, no, definitely. I was asked about, a few questions and about the match refereeing, which I'm actually also thoroughly enjoying at the moment, which you think you know it all about this game, but goodness, there was a lot of learning curves and a lot of...
Tell you what, since you've been a match referee, now you know a lot more. I didn't say you didn't know a lot, but now you know more.
No, definitely, and just and sometimes you'd sit on air as a broadcaster and you have a go, not have a go, but you say that decision was it, and now one has that understanding as well, which gives you, and as you said, umpires will always be making mistakes, but just to have that, to have sit maybe on every fence in cricket. I think that to me has been the lifeblood that keeps me going.
Yes.
Because now you're in a different space. And, well, I'm grateful also. I mean, I knew it was about a year or two ago we had this chat, you and I, and you said to me, listen, if you do that, why don't you do it? Because I asked you.
Yeah.
And you were the one that actually encouraged me to do it. And I must admit, some games I was in the deep end, but you find your way. And it's like broadcasting. I mean, I'll never forget the advice given to me. Every time I get on air, I'm nervous, Niels. And I said, the day you stop getting nervous is the day you must never ever pick up a mic again. So it's like doing match refereeing now. I'm nervous as hell before every game. But good experience. The eye-opener was definitely the conference that we had and the amount of work that was put in there. Wow. Unbelievable.
Yeah, look, I mean, cricket, sports bodies and administrators get a lot of criticism and flack, and rightly so. They must maintain standards, whatever, but they also get a lot of things right that people's not aware of. And I think the message that we're talking about is that when you see match referees and you see umpires, just know they're not somebody's mate. And they didn't appear from. Jamie Fredericks had to go through certain steps because in your case, your experience, your cricket in work in cricket, being manager of the SAA side, that all gave you a CV to be able to apply for that position, which enabled cricket South Africans to say, right, do that course, go and shadow that umpire. And then he said, well, this guy's a natural, and there he goes. So there's a process that must be followed. Umpires, exactly the same. You don't become Adrian Holstock or Aludin Palika, who was our internet number 1 and 2 at the moment. They played first class cricket, then they became umpires, then they umpired at under 13 weeks somewhere, and then a lot of club cricket. Interesting enough, it's an interesting discussion about umpires, because there was a time where ex-players became, but they also got to go. It gives them an advantage. But so they might go quicker, but they still got to go through all the steps.
Yeah.
And interesting enough, I'll share with you, I don't know if you know, but formerly retired first class and Project cricket in Stian van Zyl.
Yeah.
He's picking up umpiring.
Yeah, no.
And he's done his courses and his badges, like they say, 5 or 6 years ago, and he umpired then and he's played again. So now he's back into umpiring. And this year Stian will be seen at the Kayamajola week.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That's fantastic, and it's like people say he's giving back. I'm not sure if I'm so into the giving back thing, but there's a career. There's a career post cricket that he can follow, and if he does the right things and he gets most of the decision right, who knows? He might be like Maria Erasmus around the world in 10 years' time.
Yeah. No, that's for sure, and that is such a good thing that happens in the game, and in terms of the people involved.
Okay, I'll take you.
So that does help in your. But I'm just want to say, that you look at what we're producing in the world. If you look at where our guys are working, I mean, Carl Hurt at the ICC. Then you have, as you said, Aluluddin Palika, Holstock, Marie Erasmus. And Marie Erasmus, the great thing is that he still umpires locally, Division 1, Division 2 games. And just to have seen one or two of these younger umpires that have made debut, like Keegan, and Wimpy, just two of the guys I want to mention, and the look on their faces, they're standing with Marie Erasmus today as young upcoming. That's priceless, man. As you said, sitting at Lords and watching South Africa win. And it's priceless.
Look, the fear for me, and a lot of us, is you're driven by, you serve. And you serve the game, and you serve, and you try and help people. But talking about Wimpy, Valhelm now, obviously he still works, he's an accountant, Durban, Cape Town somewhere. Did you know that in primary school, Laar School Swartland, Marie Erasmus was his teacher?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And now it's gone full circle.
And he told me that Marie encouraged him to become an umpire. Now, that's just absolutely phenomenal. Will he be off going? That will be 4. Yeah, he's not going to get there. As the ball just comes down the hill here at this facilities that we spoke about earlier and it just suddenly it just seems like these two are putting on a partnership now. September's looking good at he's 34, 47, 129 for 2 Niels, for 4 I beg your pardon, and these two have batted well together. Their partnership has gone over 50. And they were in all sorts of trouble early on. But this is just seems that there's just a bit of a momentum shift.
Just be patient. Hilton Ackerman said, block a maiden. No problem with that. Yeah, it's interesting. It's good. It's well poised now, and but you know, there's these games, big games. You know, there could be a moment where one of the batters lose their head, will set them back again. Look, it is just as the ball gets tickled down to fine leg, cross post, Hilton, old boy.
Good position, Ross.
And also a Knights player. He played for the Knights this season on loan.
Well, a Hilton boy, is that where he has the breakfast of the menu?
That's one. No, that's yeah.
No, we've been there. We've had the Coke weeks there. So I know what a beautiful setting.
Yeah, Present still runs in. Strong drive by Trotsky.
Well, the guy said it's in Kloof, is it? In Durban, the guys say we live in Kloof, not Kloof.
No, Kloof, yeah. Yeah, no, it's South Africa, a wonderful country, with rich tapestry of different people and different accents and pronunciations. And Jeremy, I'm going to leave you with that. And it was great chatting to you and all the listeners and viewers. And yeah, this game is well poised. About an hour ago, Marty thought it's in the bag, and we know it's never in the bag until that lady starts warming up in the background, and she's not even here yet.
No, she hasn't arrived yet. But I think you got to do one more ball till the end of the over.
I will go.
And,
I'm timing it, Jeremy. I'm telling you, I've done this before, and we spoke about this man earlier, the legendary Faik Davids.
Yeah, good to see him always.
Best looking 60-year-old in the world. There he comes.
And the best salsa dancer you ever seen. Those were in the good old days. Yeah, in the good days, eh? Faik and I, we were youngsters too in our lives, in the galaxy and in the space odyssey.
And end of the over there, Northwest University, 131, 132 for 4. There's now 13 overs left. And the question is, when will they pull the trigger? Because they have to go. They have to push past 200 to make it. But Marty's still well on top. And Jeremy, as always, great chatting with you, my good friend. And we'll see you around.
Yeah, thanks, Niels. Momberg there. He'll be giving way for the big man, the big giraffe, to come next to me. And thanks so much, Niels.
Yeah, the man who's yet to beat me in golf, Mr. Eugene Molion. Over to him.
Can't beat anybody in golf at the minute, and I'm just glad I found somebody that can keep Jeremy Friedrich quiet and never see him short of a few words. Well done, Mr. Momberg.
We had a good conversation.
Lovely.
You weren't here for most of the time.
I needed a break there, Jeremy.
So,
But great insight, isn't it? The two of you, umpire, man looking after the umpire, and the match referee. I mean, what a combo. You need to find a golf partner and take us on. Okay?
What?
It's not Vinnie Barnes though.
No. No, I'll get somebody who.
we got a good partner, because he's been telling me now that we could organize something at West. They can get Vernon Philander with us.
Nice to go. We can't play with a guy like that.
Oh, come on. That's where you get better by playing with him.
Nice.
Niels Momberg there, always effervescent fella. And a very good friend, talking the game of cricket. Welcome back, my good friend.
I'm glad to be back. Thank you for the 30 minutes you gave me off there, boss. Enjoyed that. Just roaming around.
Now the ground for 1.
And when's that final onslaught going to come here from Pukke? 135 for 4. 12.3 overs still to go.
I'd wait till about the 41st, 42nd over and then really go. Just still stay in, try and get to 5-6 runs and over, and then from there on in, you know, you then got to say, right, now let's take this on. Where do you want to get to? 220, 230?
Ideally, Jeremy, ideally that's minimum.
Well, if we both full tosses like that, it's going to be dispatched to the boundary. That was just a pie. And rightfully dealt with in good fashion.
Yeah, they just got to be careful here, Marties. 3 singles followed by a boundary can add up to plenty. And that ball just dipping enough for the umpires to not give that a no ball. Just got to be very, very careful here, the home side. They've been on top for a majority of this final. This partnership now worth 64. Yeah, it's the longest single ever, that one. Anyway, still getting 7 from the over. No, we in shorts and golf shirt and Pandele is in Eskimo jacket. Not sure what the weather's like. He's literally just 2 meters from us.
Well, when you do things at night, what he does, then you're going to be cold in the morning. He's a hopping rabbit, they say, at night.
Well, he just comes alive. Roxton Payne back into the attack. He's 5 overs. He's bowled previous 1 for 15. Now it's a bit of discussion, and I'm not surprised about this discussion. We always say when you see people from the Marties team walking around, they're not happy with how things are going. See the coach now walking around, fiddling with the ball, and yeah, just a little bit of momentum being taken from Marties a little bit here. Quickly through for another single. No, excellently stopped. No run there. There's the old reverse, just for 1. Remember the day you were last year, Jeremy? It was Wednesday. Got some info from a certain gentleman that was, greet him every morning. I have to get his name. But he was saying that one of the balls that went up in that hill, when they were looking for it, there was a certain visitor that also lurked, which I had to say, listen, can you please make your way back up the mountain?
And who was that?
The slithering one.
Where was he? How far from the ball?
Oh, might have been a bit far, but he was noticed.
Yeah, there's many of them in there.
Well, Ross Bose has been very, very busy as a fielder in the last couple of overs. Ball just seems to be following him. Previous ball went over his head at 45. He chased that down. Now, this one was a little bit finer. Well, in fact, it was an inside edge. And he did the chasing again. And it looks like he's the one to come on and bowl.
You come do a stunt. You come do a stunt.
I'll come later.
Now, by my recollection, Jeremy, you can tell me if I'm correct. He's just a little bit into the breeze, bowling from the river end.
Yeah, he's a bit because you hit with the wind from this end where we're sitting. Yeah, it's a little bit cross, but if you hit it with there towards the mountainside where the slithering snake came from.
Round the wicket, post.
Driven straight to extra cover.
We've seen plenty of that, haven't we?
Lots of it. I thought there's quite a few runs that they left begging. What do you do with a field like that? Sometimes just soft hands, one. Get them to change the field, and I didn't see enough of that.
Yeah.
You know, they had to fight back, Pukke, and they are fighting back. And I just feel that maybe, you see, that's two more balls. That's another one straight. Hard hands, in the covers. Just tip and run. But he's been playing a major role here.
Yeah, despite all the carnies, isn't it?
Absolutely. Leighton Trotsky, and well supported by William September. That's his partnership's worth now, 70.
Oh, no.
Where did that go?
No.
He got hold of that. That's gone for maximum. That's the 150 up. Well, you're asked to be hit if you're gonna pitch it in the middle of the wicket. What is the umpire?
This was a full toss. Oh, baseball style.
Yeah, sorry, I beg your pardon. I don't know where
Yeah.
my eyes are going. It
No,
was
no,
a full
no.
toss.
I thought you might allude to Roxton Payne bowling a full toss, or Muirhead bowling a full toss 2 overs prior. That got deposited, that one as well.
Better.
Jeremy, they've got to be careful here, Marties. They're allowing the momentum just to be taken away here. We're going to enter the last 10 overs here. You said over 45. Well,
No, I
what's
said
the
after over 40?
Yeah, but what's the score going to be when they get to that point?
Yeah. Well, what? 5 overs 45. You could add another 40 runs. 35. You had 190. 5 to go.
Swing from the rafters.
Oh, with 4 wickets down, you're in business.
It's nicely worked down. He couldn't hit it through the offside. He says, now I'm just going to turn this down to long on. There's a gap there. 7 of this over so far with 1 ball to come.
Well, it's going to be an outside edge over the slip cordon. I'll get a single. He's swinging now, September.
Well, I for one don't mind that. If Trotsky's going to be the one to bat through, why not the other man have a go? He's moved to 45 and he's played his part here more than just played his part. September. It's another full toss.
The one thing that where I just feel that Northwest could up the ante is they're running between the wickets. Got to look to push. There's so many twos that they left undone by, and so many singles that they didn't take. So if they short, if you get to 230, that could be the difference of them getting to 250, because they left so many singles out there.
Well, we're entering the last 10 overs of this first innings of this final. NWU find themselves 153 for 4. It's been a bit of a rear guard. I wouldn't say rear guard, but they've certainly mustered up something here in the back end. It's going to be the left arm of Roxton Payne to continue. Oh, that's a big hit. That is a massive hit. That's gone all the way for horns. What a hit into the breeze. We spoke about that breeze early on. What breeze? He's hit that hard.
Oh, there we go. He's a strong fellow. He looks a strong fellow, the Strosky. He's certainly been playing the knock of his life here today in this final.
I can't emphasize how far that ball went. That's the furthest part of the ground into the breeze.
Yeah, and the wind is definitely pumping. He's got it, but he didn't get all of it. That was deliberately played there. He deliberately just played it out over the top, made sure he didn't play it all the way. Didn't go through with a shot. He'd have been caught on the fence. And that's good batting.
No.
He's bowling. Now, you can't get angry. It really was foolish to play a shot like that at this time of the innings.
He just got 7 off the over. 3 balls left. Milk it for 1. For ones, you get 9, 10 off the over. And finally, the partnership is broken. 86 for that partnership between September and Trotsky, and it is September that's got to go for 45. He's played nicely until that last shot.
Yeah, that could be. He needed another 4 or 5 overs of him with Trotsky. As you said, you've got 7 overs, wasn't done yet. There's still 3 balls remaining. But that is a welcome wicket for Marties. They were just starting to get a little bit worried, flustered.
Well, for me, just at the wrong time, that wicket for Pukke. Again, it's that reverse sweep. Just not effective. He's tried it before.
As you drive down to Blue, maybe go work over the week.
And then I'll think over the weekend. But
I've got to work on this Indian game.
I'll tell you now.
Do they have a dinner yet? With the university?
No, it will be something here.
Huh?
It will be something here.
Big mates.
Off the mark straight away for Lockham.
Post continues.
It's one of the strongest it has been this week. This breeze.
Lids are flying. Chairs are flying. And the rhino and giraffe is holding strong.
We can't hide. We can't hide from the elements here. We might need to find a van just to park to our right-hand side here, Jeremy, just to blocks, just to give us some shelter.
Got to get a van and convert it into a commentary booth. A mobile van that can move around. Maybe something for Bandile to think about.
Well, there's a no ball coming up here. It's going to be a free hit. We've got to make a plan for the second innings. I'm sure someone will be busy.
I thought it's only in the southern suburbs that the wind, southeaster, blows this fiercely. I didn't know it blows here as well. So where are we? Quite away from the coast, are we?
Yeah, we're a bit, but still can get very windy here. Just getting the feel right, making sure there's enough fielders inside the ring. This is a free hit, of course, coming up.
Bolt into the block hole. It'll just be a single. That's what you want to do at the end stage of an innings.
Oh, Mr. Rhoda gracing us with his presence. It's good to see the folk coming out to support.
Yeah, no, it's always good, especially their fellow teammates that they play with, that they know. There's an outside edge. Will be cut off. Goes down to the third region.
Was laughing at Bandile earlier with his jacket, and we might have to invest in some.
No, it's not that cold. Bandile just, it's a good actor. Should have been Fred Astaire with those dark glasses on. You must, people, this is the jackets you wear when I go to rugby at the stadium in winter. That's what he's got on. His thick Adidas jackets with a hoodie.
Oh, 42 gone.
While you're going to build
168 for 5.
Invest in a commentary booth for us, please, man.
Well, you see, we build lights and we get more first class going in the commentary. You know what I'm saying?
I can't build a comedy booth. It's like putting the car before the horse.
No, but you've got to, because you've got to be planned for the future.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's just the lights. Then I'm going to build you a big con and you know, in a little spot in top over there.
top of the
No. Too close to the snake there.
snakes here. I'll show you. Yo, last week. Yeah, under the tree. Yeah, in the shadow. You don't see it with your car. All of a sudden, I was like, yeah, you're snake here.
But I can just imagine if you push it.
Hey. Yeah, you can. A big. Wait. Another big.
Single out to the sweep on the offside for one.
There's a scoreboard on its way to us here.
You can leave it here, but we'll block the wind.
Oh dear.
How did no one notice that? No. Wales. Kyk hier. Kyk hier. Bring dit hierso. Kan dit stop die wind stop? Ja.
Then leave a wicket open. Yes, and have 2 damn points.
No, put it against the
Ability, ability.
Sit daai willetjie vas. Ja, ja.
Draai hy kan.
Bring hy stoel.
Ja, dan draai hom bring.
No, they must put it.
Hy kan te bring, hy kan te. Nee. Wat hy kan te, Ja. Dan bring jy goed. How's that? More to your side now. Doe jij ook? Soeja. Thanks, guys.
Soeja.
We're trying here. We're trying.
Sorry, just a bit of sound in the yell of airs because of the wind, and it's really pumping here. We're right in the open air, no protection, and things are... After lunch, we come on half an hour, and then we go 1-1 if we can't.
Okay.
That's just
Yeah, no. Happy enough.
Sit there helping him.
Do you want to sit this out?
No. Sit there helping him. Oh, there's a bit of hand to it, but it will go for 4. Just straying there. A little bit from Pukke.
Just tad down the leg side. Just helped on its way by Trotsky. There you go. As he moves now to 86.
Slower ball.
Okay, it's all coming out here now. One thing I'm very glad about, even with all the stoppages we've had, is over rate. They've done really well as Marties. Hit out there to deep and wicket, just for one. Because we earn your keep here.
Yeah, after 31 years of broadcasting, I'm back in the trenches.
Showing the likes of myself how to get through it. Just got to get on with it.
This wind just has that ability just to pick up sometimes at times and just blow everything out of you, all the force and might.
Well, give a little thought to the rugby commentators that do the schoolwork when he's sitting in the scaffoldings and it's raining and blustery and windy and everything all in one. You've got to try and read names and know the players.
Eugene has even managed to get a scoreboard too close to us.
Just a little bit. Just it's not taking all the wind away.
Yeah.
I'll work on that during the lunch break. 185 for 5.
Where's that gone? It's just going to converge and fall in between two fielders.
It's always been a good fielding position, that no man's land. Never gets a batsman caught. Never ever.
Again, swing to the leg side.
Oh.
Wide given.
I'm not so sure. He shaped like he was going to go for the reverse and then turned. But the wide is given. Oh, spoke about the running. That's exceptional running. Very good. Just enough weight on the ball for allow them to run 2 there.
Well, that urgency should have been there long ago to try and run 2s.
It's always the case in the back end of the innings, isn't it? Five to go. 191 for 5.
No ball. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, because it was a swing and a miss.
Oh, just a few things creeping in here from Marty's perspective. Just a discipline. Foot behind the line, a few full tosses. They all add up. Now you got to face a free hit.
Where did that go? Oh, he did very well. That was well stopped on the boundary.
That was smoked. Absolutely smoked. Van Heerden just getting his body in the line there. Managing to stop that.
Is it the same towards Van Heerden, or is it southwestern distance?
Oh, and there's a wicket. Swinging hard. And Lockham's got to go. Being caught at short, third man. And that is the sixth gone. And Roxton Payne with a catch.
Can I go to the toilet with you?
Yeah.
You go. You just gotta.
That partnership yielded 32 runs. Valuable for Pukke. Another slow delivery from Leon Botha. And that's as simple as of catches there for Roxton Payne. New man in, Corney Prinsloo. He has got to stay there and try to stay there for the majority of this 4 and a bit overs that's left. Oh no, he's going to miss that. Oh, he came through for a quick single. Trotsky wanted the strike. 3 stumps to aim at for Leon Botha here. Took his time. Oh, but missed it. Just wrapped on the pad and threw this scurry for another single. Played onto the onside. How's the running between the wickets? Yeah, they come through for 2. And 2 it will be. Excellent running. Ends over number 46. 198 for 6.
George, just some contact. We get ball in about 20 minutes. Okay.
$24 balls to go. Where can NWU find themselves here? Roxton Payne's going to continue. The urgency of running is there for us all to see, and rightly so. That Rhino mentioned should have been earlier. Maybe 20, 25 runs could have been added to that score. And then with 4 overs to go, who knows?
Yeah, you're right, Prince Lou. There we go. Now only. Should have been 30 overs ago.
Also brings up the 200. Should actually be from the start. I mean, we talk about it ages, and one of the aspects is you do talk about it. You can't get boundaries. You got to run hard to get at least 2s. Big round this.
What did Trotsky get? What did Trotsky get? Who was? No, we scored. Not Trotsky. Lachlan. 40 of how many balls? And who was the bowler?
Oh, Leon, yeah, with the four drops and thing.
Okay.
Well, Trotsky, he's on 96. I'm not thinking he's thinking about 100. I think he's want to get as many runs as he possibly can here. That's what he's got to do.
I tell you what, it'll be well deserved if he gets to 100. He's got to now play for a team. That should be 2. Now they're doing it now only. That's good running. At last.
It's 1 short though. 1 short.
Oh dear. That's just insult to injury.
Well, he's on 97, and it will be still him on strike. That's wide given.
Oh dear, you don't want to be doing that silly mistakes. Payne won't be happy with that. Given! And he perishes at 97, but it was a good knock. Try to play the reverse sweep again. And Roxton Payne, it was a good catch from Caden Solomons down the leg side. And the 7th wicket with a score on 203.
Oh, the reverse sweep again gets his man. And he was hitting the ball so well onto the onside, decided to go to the off. But as you rightly mentioned, it's been a really good knock. It's given NWU a chance here. And with 3 overs to go, they need to get as many as they can. 220, 225. Maybe give them something to aim at here, but it's been a good knock from Leighton Trotsky.
Yeah, he's played well, hasn't he? And Payne picks up his 3rd wicket. Certainly now losing their way a little bit, the men from Northwest. But that urgency that they're now showing to run 2 and then 1 short, it's been shown to have been done long ago, and maybe that score could have been by 230, 240 by now, with all the 2s that they left out there. It's such an important aspect, and it's a thing that you got to practice as well, is running between the wickets. Because sometimes there are going to be periods when the boundaries are spread, men out. You can't hit boundaries because you're going to get caught. Then you've got to be clever. That's where the intelligence comes in. That's where the workmanship comes in. That you push it in the gaps and run hard. Because you could still bat an over and come out there with 7-8 runs easily.
100.
Without scoring a boundary.
100%. And I think sometimes we're too looking at the bigger picture.
Yeah.
We're too looking at the outcomes. Think about the processes. These ones and twos, they are the processes that lead you to those big scores.
Absolutely. Because the bowler's going to then do something silly.
Well, here we go again. Here we go again. Well, it'll just be the one this time. Ends over number 47. 204 for 7. 205 for 7.
And remember, there's a thought process and a process that you go about scoring a 2 and over. Because if the man is deep on the boundary, you're not going to hit it with all your might. So we're only going to get 1. But if you push it halfway, he's got to run into the ball. So by the time he's almost there, you're turning for the second.
Yep.
And that's how you say, right, okay, let's this. And that is what you've got to discuss with your batting partner. Listen, guy, if we're not getting boundary, we're going to run hard and we're going to turn 1s into 2s, 2s into 3. We know where the gaps are in the field, and that's how we got to bat accordingly. No, I just think they've left themselves short so much. At least I would say 30 runs, Eugene. Do you agree?
Yeah. And they haven't put the bowlers under enough pressure. They haven't put the fielders under enough pressure.
Where's that gone? Man's converged, they've come back for the second. You see, by the time the throw comes, he's in.
Now the fielders will be under pressure because they know the batters will try and get 2.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Also, the fielding side are going to have the men with the strongest arms on the boundary, the ones that can bullet it back.
Well, at least we hope so.
Yeah. Well, if I was on the fence, we easy too. Now what we got is now placed it in the gap. It should be 2. That's good running. How far did that miss? But that at this stage of the game, there's no doubt about it. Running hard 2s.
Yeah, good idea from Leon Boyd just to not take that because it was... Oh, it would have been short. Oh, he would have been short. Wow. But to try and hit the 3 sticks from where he was, well, it would take some doing. Your Colin Bland would have been there.
I don't know how you thought. Oh, that's gone for 4. It's a good shot. Yeah, you just thought the way I did Colin Bland. I was going to say that, and you just plucked the words from right out of my gullet. But it's good. Just shows that we think alike.
That's a good, strong shot. Now then, he's tried to go for the Yorker. It's gone straight. We've got pegged for 2s. Where's this ball going to go?
You heard the stories about Colin Bland, eh? Yeah, this one's in the air. Is someone wants it? Oh dear. Oh, that's a good catch. Into this wind, I tell you what, that's a very good catch. Indeed. To get rid of Corne Prinsloo. Who's the fielder down here?
Looks like Hudeka, I think.
Hudeka, a very, very good catch. Wow, that ball swirling in the wind. And he did well to make sure that he got hold of it. Well done. 8th wicket down now.
Yep, and now they just want to polish us off. They just want to finish us off as quickly as they possibly can. Yep.
Liam Boda picks up his 3rd wicket. Good to have a look at this again. It's high into the air, wind swirling, fielder converging.
See, that's where we need more cameras.
Dile. So you've got 3 cameras there. Look for time for the time and all that.
Tumelo Banda. How many can he get for Pukke here?
Gets a single.
Now, Jeremy, you do have a way of planting seeds. And just with a little bit of watering, it blossoms. Just like the lotus, growing from absolute next to nothing, can bloom into something magnificent.
Good catch, eh? It was a good catch.
What's going on?
Spider-Man.
2 to go. $214 for 8.
Two overs remaining for the end of this innings. They're well within the time still
Well,
to
remember
get the 2 overs.
remember there's still injuries as well.
Yeah, and they got the 5 minutes for, I know the
hamstring?
injury, the hamstring, and then also to Caden Solomons. I know for the hamstring there were 5 minutes extenuating, so that's already take you to 5 past 1, and then also to Caden Solomons, I reckon that was another 3-4 minutes for extenuating. So they'd be well within their means, yeah. Stellenbosch, Marties.
A jump over number 49.
Swing and a miss. Trying to get this thing up.
You know what?
Down the ground he advances. Will be 1 bounce to the boundary rider. And only the single.
Just looking at the spur boxes coming in here, Jeremy. It's about that time. You know, that's my eye.
I know. And do you have a spot? I mean, you really do have a spot for picking out the good old meal. I thought you'd ordered our machachos.
Well, we might have to take it in turns. I'm not bad with that. Let's go and sit at lunchtime and have a good chat.
All depends what we get for lunch.
Well, that's also true. But you were about to tell us a story about Colin Bland.
Yes, it's just last 2 overs. Colin Bland used to put the stump, they say with a tennis ball, and used to run, pick the ball up, and used to throw them over the railway lines trying to hit the stump. And jump over, get it back, throw to the other side. And we all know how we used to sweep on the deliveries. Wanted to have a go there, but decided against it. So 49 overs gone now, one left. Yeah, but he could hit the from the boundary where he fielded for South Africa. He could hit the stumps from there.
So you probably know better than, well, definitely better than what I do. As a cricketer, we all know Colin Bland as an exceptional fielder, good thrower. As a cricketer, with both bat and ball, how was he?
Look, I only heard of him because it was a bit before my time. I only heard from the Hilton Ackermans what a good cricketer he was, and how he used to field and those stories. I'll have to go and look up on his batting prowess because I really do not know all of that offhand. So, yeah.
That's bowled him, leg stump, just flicked the bail. And that's the ninth.
Motswene gone, yeah.
Well, I've got it here for you, Jeremy. Played 21 test matches. At an scored 1,000. Let's take these glasses off. 1,669 runs at an average of 49.1. His first class career, 131 matches, 7,249 at an average of 38.
Yeah, that's good.
In list A cricket, he's got an average of 34.5. Bowling-wise, at first-class level, he's got a good numbers. He's got 43 wickets in 131 first-class matches at 35.3 average. The important thing there is that ball's just eludes Caden Solomons, come through for a bye. The interesting thing is, his bowling, he went at an economy rate of 2.59. So he kept things tight.
Yeah, he did indeed. All-round cricketer. Could bat, bowl and field.
51 catches at first class level, 10 at test. And as I said, here they come through for two again. The throw is off. And that's going to take them to 221. And as I said, I know Colin Bland, or heard from Colin Bland from hitting the stumps from the boundary. He's well wrapped up.
Well, he's done a sterling job behind the camera. Cold, wind.
Imagine he was up high today. I mean, you talk about Eskimo jacket from Bandile, I think he would have had that and the woolly hats and scarves and all sorts. That's how the wind is blustering here.
I'm going to need my top after this, I think. It's an annoying wind. That's wide. It could be caught, and it is. End of the innings for Northwest, 2-2-2 for 9.
Oh, and a 5 for the captain himself, Leon Botha. Finishing proceedings off here on double Nelson.
Banda gone.
Well, they've done well to get to that. It's been a workmanlike innings with bat in hand for NWU. And Pukke, after winning the toss, I think they'll be well pleased with the work. Maybe just not happy with the last few moments, but however, 222 is what they conceded, and they're going to come out to get 2-2-3. There are the numbers from NWU. Schultz going first ball. De Bello followed swiftly after that, but Trotsky played a lovely innings of 97, really carrying Pukke to that total. Volsking got 4. Isaacs looked good, and then he got strangled down the leg side. William September put in a good partnership there with Trotsky, and then the men down the bottom just adding a few, allowing Pukke to get to that 2-2-2. Ajah Moneybolt, 4 overs, got the first wicket with the very first ball. Leon Botha, as you said, stand out, 5 for 40 off his 9 overs. And then the other man with wickets there was Roxton Payne, 3 for 52. Lucent bowled with some heat, but only bowling 4 overs, and not many overs there with the seamers besides Leon Botha. Ken Khurika bowling his full lot of overs, going for 38. It's going to be an interesting chase. It's going to be an interesting final here on the final day of USSA 2025. We're going to go and have a bite to eat. Join us again in about half an hour, where we'll resume this final.
Welcome back to Stellenbosch. The innings of North of Marties to start. 2-2-3 is what they need to win this game, and Volkskenk would open the bowling. The two batsmen, Zamir here. Jason Meehan and Ken Goedeke opening the batting for Stellenbosch. The two umpires, as we said earlier, it's Angus Ghost and Nathan Roda. And I think we're in for an interesting encounter. First ball. Right on the money. Line and length good.
Well, they know they've got to bowl well. They also know that Jason Meehan will come hard at them. So all in all, I think we could be in for an interesting first power play here in the first 10 overs.
Yeah, it will be interesting. And indeed, Marties, they went about their business in fine style yesterday against Kofsies. They'd want to do the same today. It's opening the face, sliding it off down to third man, and opening the account.
Yeah, different partner this time round for Jason Meehan. Ken Goedeke now finds himself at the top of the innings. I'm sure there'll be a few butterflies in that Marties dugout there. They know it's a total that maybe 7 or 8 out of 10 times that they'll walk it. But they still got to do the basics well here. Just a one slip, 4 men on the offside, saving one. You've got 4 men on the offside, saving one. Probably not the line you want to go for.
You can just take this wind somewhere. I'll be very appreciative.
I see where the wind blew a wolf. Yeah. Doesn't we? I saw it standing over the fence. I saw it coming. I was trying to find it. It's coming, but
Full delivery, jammed out from Pukke. So, just had Gary Hampson in passing us, and it's not just a selector, he's also looking at all the coaches involved.
It's nicely cut away. Won't reach the boundary. They come back for 3. It's good running. Whoopsie, nearly a collision there in the middle of the pitch. It was, in fact, between the two batsmen.
Oh, how did that happen?
A bit of bird watching.
Yeah, first over done and dusted, 4 without loss. Yeah, and on Tuesday, Gary had an opportunity to speak to all the coaches involved at this week and getting a few ideas, getting thoughts, and passing on a few of his thoughts as well. So it's good to see from the CSA perspective as well that coaches can have those conversations, and John Wright alluded to that early on when I had him on.
Yeah, no, that's good. It's all the process. How else do guys become better? How else do guys use opportunities if it wasn't for weeks like these to see what there is to showcase? Everybody doesn't last forever. Eventually in the game, there's a time to come and a time to go. And then you want to make sure that the pipeline, it's not only about playing the game, it's about administering the game as well. Well, that is whisk away on the onside. More to a fine leg position for one.
Well, what Pukke shouldn't do here is keep striving to take wickets. You need to build pressure. And what I've seen in the first 2 overs, like I saw in that first 2 overs of that first innings, was where Martins were trying to get a little bit fuller. Yeah, Pukke just striving, searching to try and make early inroads here.
Corner Prince Louis into the attack. He got 14 of 8 earlier on. Batting, but it's more his bowling prowess that is required now for Pukke between him and Volskenk.
Yeah, around the pitch he comes, or around the wicket he comes here. I would like to see fine leg up and a deep mid wicket put in place, especially for the likes of Jason Muirhead.
Well, he's got hold of that. Wow, it's like a boxer saying, take that, sports lover. Uppercut, bang.
Well, that's just for that reason. Have a deep mid wicket in place so that he needs to find a different way to score, because this has been his go-to shot. Just a little bit, 2 steps down the pitch. Boom. Have some. Another man that hails from KZN. There's a whole lot of KZN cricketers, good cricketers that have moved from that area. And,
St. Charles.
I think it was Kersney, I think.
St. Charles. And you know who coaches at St. Charles?
No.
Warne van Wyk.
Oh, that's right.
Cricket coach there. Oh, it's an outside edge, but eluding a comeback for 2.
Well, they're leaving the field as is. And I, for one, said it before, I'll say it again. You got to get a man to hit, not in his comfortable area. He loves hitting to deep mid wicket. Plug that gap. Force him to hit you to another part of the ground. There's plenty other parts of the ground, but I won't be surprised if he goes again to his more favoured side, that deep mid wicket. Oh dear, no ball.
No, that you can ill afford. If you're bowling no balls and wides, you're asking because now that's the free hit. And the batsman has got free rein to do exactly what he wanted. In the power play, to bowl no balls is a bit naughty.
And now the field can't even change, Jeremy. He's still on strike.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's the free hit. Sliced away, it was a full toss. Was that above waist height?
Umpire's screen indicator is going down.
Yeah,
so
because that would have been another no ball.
And that you can ill afford.
Yeah, ill afford.
Well, his game's not going to change. He might have a different person batting with him here, Jason Muirhead, but he's still going to be playing his way. No change to the field.
Yeah, you're right. It's in the power play, I beg your pardon, Eugene, that you will try and hit it. That's going to be wide. Oh, my dear Cornet.
I think that just stems from pressure. Batsman putting the bowler under pressure. He knows he can. If he gets it wrong slightly, Muirhead will pounce. Some of the snakes around here, they pounce.
That's only if you step on them.
Head coach of Marty's told us a story not so long ago. And you all of a sudden have looking in your rearview mirror here and turning around. It's almost like the K53 when you're looking when he's sitting here.
I'm very aware of what goes on around me.
Remember the old K53 is probably still in place. Well, that over comes to an end. 12 from that over, 17 without loss. Good start for a home side in pursuit of 2-2-3, becoming USSA champions of 2025.
Yeah, and the reigning champions here in the final, Pukke. Are the boards going to be changed?
Their fifth final in a row, Jeremy.
That's fantastic. And how many have they won out of 5? I know.
I think it was just the ones out of the 5. It was Tuck's reign supreme for a long time.
Yeah, in my time it always tucks or NMMU. That's tucked away nicely by Goedeke. Placement was good. And the shot brings runs.
Well, it looks like this outfield has just quickened up here. And that ball sped away. No chance for the fielder.
Yeah, it was always NMMU and Tuckies at the time.
Tell you one thing I'll need is a good car wash tomorrow. I'm here for a week.
Yeah, I was thinking yesterday, you know, I hate a dirty car. And I just thought, the guy said to me, Mr. Friendly, I said, no, I've got to go to Stellenbosch tomorrow again.
Yeah.
And the car's going to be parked at the same spot again. And the wind is going to blow again.
Yeah.
So let's wait till Monday.
Now they're just striving. These bowlers are striving to make early inroads. Sometimes you just lose that. You got to channel that aggression a little bit better here.
Now, hopefully, because on Tuesday I've got to go to Hout Bay.
Oh, lovely.
Mariners Wharf.
Ah, don't even start that with me. You know, you've done that on purpose.
Just worried about the white sand on my car. But for a lunch at Mariners Wharf, it's worth the while.
Oh, goes without saying. That goes without saying. I don't even have to look at the menu there. See me coming, usual, Mr. Molian? Yes. Thank you.
What's that, abalone and
No.
chips?
No. The old calamari platter. Beautiful.
Oh. Now the one you get the fish on, and the calamari, and the, what's it?
Sort of a combo, combo number.
Yeah.
No, obviously I'm not going the lobster. I mean, that I leave for men like you. I'm not in that bracket yet.
Oh.
But they do make good food.
No, they you know, my mother used to work for that family. My mother reared that family. My mother worked Dormans. They were synonymous with Hout Bay. And my mother worked for their mother, for Stanley Dorman's mother, for 50 years.
Phew.
So I grew up in that household. So whenever I go down, so it's our aqua group. Our aqua group.
Yeah.
That I do my swimming with. Yeah. The ladies, we're all going for after our aqua class. That's nicely driven. Half stopped by the fielder, but not before these batsmen turn for 2. They've got up to a very, very steady start here at Coetzenberg. 24 without loss.
I must say you look very fresh after your swim session. I think your swim session was Tuesday. You came here Wednesday looking very fresh.
I went yesterday.
Oh,
It's the best thing that I could have ever done. To do this aqua aerobics in the pool. I'd especially after having, if you have knee replacements, hip replacements, whatever, it's the best.
yeah. So remember, you still got to work on your mobility and everything else. The joints need to work
Yeah, they
together,
need to
and
work.
what a place to do it in. Right, now I see. Fine leg is up, deep mid wicket in place. Let's see how this goes now. 199 left for the men from Marties to get.
You know, if there's one wish you could make in life, I think if you were born and you had the sense and the knowledge before you were born, even if that's a wish you could have had. Another swing and a miss. It's not about money. It's not about possessions. I'd have asked for a non-withering body. Because work, you can always work.
Yeah.
But if you don't have the strength, you can't do anything. And if your health declines, so it's one of the precious gifts of life, is to have good health.
Yeah, and we had a chat early on with John Wright when we arrived, and kept hearing names of gentlemen that you worked with, played with, obviously not feeling their best in hundreds, and we always got to think of those and think of yourself, the blessings of seeing each and every day.
Yeah, as they said, never think too far ahead, eh? Just be thankful for every day and the blessings that you have.
Well, Jeremy, they've put the deep mid wicket in place, and now he's looking to hit somewhere else. So he started with a couple of dots, and that's all you need to do. Just put in the mind that, listen, I've got somebody. It's not necessarily there for you to play the shot there. It's find somewhere else to score.
Yeah, no, that's now the challenge for him, and that's to see how intelligent he is then as a batsman, to work it out. Where do I score from here? It's well bowled. Oh, the lawnmower coming out there.
The old Jacques Callis was primed to that.
Yeah, Jacques Callis was proud to that. That's for sure. What a player. The best this country's delivered ever.
Don't go to the other side of that now, where he should have some sort of recognition, especially from Western Province, where he's played all his cricket.
Not gonna go there.
So I'm even going to go now. Why didn't they start with this? You've seen this player do this throughout the week. You come up with the plans, just go with it. But you've given him a start here. What's he on now? 12 of 12.
Let's go to 10 overs. And you do 10. Then you 30, then you do another 10. There we go. That's Pukke now. He's hit it on the onside. He won't stop that. It'll just trickle over the fence for 4.
That's the old Bobby Simpson, just keeping the fielder interested just to the last moment. And then just trickled over. But he is now showing his aggression, and if it's not Mirhead that gets you, Pukke says, well.
Yeah, just his bottom hand that came through very strongly there in the shot. Hence the ball coming onto the leg side.
These youngsters, they don't mind. They just play away with the lineup that they have.
If it's effective and it works, I got no problem with bottom hand players. They mustn't get out. That's why, again, we wouldn't even pick when you had. I know I had a bit of a strong. I like the cut shot very much. Drive with the offside, but And a very strong bottom hand. And normally it was frowned upon. And I've seen guys with bottom hand batting that have been very successful. Jonty Rhodes was a very strong bottom hand player.
Yeah.
Let's pull away. That'll be 4 more. That's just far too short.
So far, they have no answer. The NWU bowlers here. Second boundary in the over. They've got good plans now to Muirhead. Has now got to find a plan here to the right hand of Ken Goedeke.
Actually, just looking to my right here, I see an injured player with one of the medics. That's the end of his tournament. He's probably on his way to hospital. If he's going with a medic.
It's tough, that. It's tough. This is day 5.
Yeah, it's probably the toughest day because this is just the last bit of resource that you've got to pull all the stops.
You talk about the men with strong bottom hands. Think of the likes of, played for Free State, Hosi Venter. Think of the Flam Michal, played for EP. That in that stage, the first power play was 15 overs. And they just cashed in that first 15 overs. Mike Rindle, Spindle. Who was successful? Kenny Jackson. Men that played on top. Lloyd Ferreira, he could hit the ball a long way. Again, you can see he doesn't want to now go too deep with wicket. There's a fielder there. Now he's just playing circumspect here on the offside. It's not going to be for long. He's going to try and work this out. This youngster, Jason Muirhead.
I hear singing. I hear some singing. Cleverly played. Muirhead just opens the face, knocks it for 1. Thank you very much. 35 with our loss. 13 to Muirhead, 18 to Goedeke. They've got off to a good start so far. And the run rate in the 5th over is just a tad under 7.
There we go. Shame.
Just the way he's walking, looks like it's a cough.
Yeah, not a nice way if it's worse than that. Pulled away. There is insurance on the mid-wicket boundary. Only 1. It's not going to be a good Christmas, though, if you going to have an op and be stitched up and tears and all that type of thing.
All right, feet up.
Yeah.
Have your food brought to you?
He'll be missing out on Camps Bay.
Well, looks like it is somebody from Varsity College, so maybe it is.
Yeah.
We wish him well, though. We wish him well.
Yeah, it's not a good way to start your holiday, especially when you're a student.
Getting injured on day 5 of a 5-day tournament.
And you've got all the plans, going to Mossel Bay or to Strays Bay or Hermanus for the holidays. And then you've got to be in a cask on crutches. Playing a miss outside that off stump. That's where you want these bowlers to be, especially the left-hander, still vulnerable about outside that off stump.
It just amazes me. It amazes me that we suggested one fielder out there, and now he's looked a different player. In the sense, now he's not sure where he's going to go. He can still go downtown. He's very good at that.
There's no third man this time, and he gets it right through. It's kept on the carpet, though. So, no danger there, but I'll still have a third man.
Yeah, third man is key.
Yeah. Well, he's got third man up and fine leg up.
Yeah.
So, to earn length is then something that is a no-go for a bowler.
Yeah, they've got a man at deep backward square. I don't think that's an area for Jason Mead. You need to bring that one up, third man up, because he's bowled a good line and length outside and forcing him to hit it through the offside. Now he's cramping up.
Yeah, it is that day, as you said, day 5, and it certainly becomes a time when the players will cramp up. You've got to make sure that during this week that plenty of fluids, plenty of slow mag. Just to in fact, I must tell you the story. I saw my physician yesterday. You know, I had to go for my checkup, and he had to do the treadmill thing and all that. He was very, very happy, and I'm just so thankful. And he said, look, so he said, anything else? And I said, oh, doc, you know, at times after the pool sessions, I just cramp up a bit. And he said to me, and I do have slow mag at home. And he said, no, every second day, you pop a tablet. And yeah, he said, because you dehydrate. He says, you don't think you're not sweating in the swimming pool, but you dehydrate. So it's important to get the slow mag going. And I said, gee, I just use it when I cramp. He says, no, that's exactly why you shouldn't use it. When you cramp, you should use it before, so that you don't cramp.
From Taurus. Bandile. What's his name? From Taurus. There's a party from people. That's substitutes. Opspinner. Apollos. What's his first name? Isn't it on the sheet? What's the anti-care? No.
Marty's finest need to come back to work, I think. Enough staying at home. Need to get stuff done.
Says he who wants to go on holiday. It's this time of the year. We're all tired, Eugene. We need a break.
This is the time of year I love. Because you got this, you're so weak. Then you've got Kai Majola. Then you got Cubs. I mean, that's brilliant.
No, nothing wrong with that. But there are times when people need to rest as well.
They've rested all year. I mean, what more do they want?
I never say no talking about me. I never say no talking about you.
Well, it's good having Candace gracing us here. Works hard here with Marty's. Covering a few sport codes, cricket being one of them.
Almost into the 6th, 1 ball remaining. They're going along briskly, Marty's.
Like the breeze.
Don't talk about the breeze, it's just calmer now.
Oh, why did you have to say that? There it comes. There it comes.
You the bad luck. 6 gone now, 41 without loss.
Well, Jeremy, I'm going to say it. I said it before and I'm going to say it again. And this is a learning curve for these for everybody maybe watching, it's just you got to get a batsman to get out of his comfort zone. How are you going to do that? They've put that man in place, and now all of a sudden, you see there's something that we haven't seen, that the balls have raced past the amount of runs that Jason Meyer has scored. And sometimes I just think these guys just overthink the game.
Cricket's a simple game when you've worked it out.
Well, when you get a basic understanding of it, and if you've been involved with it, yeah.
But if you haven't, it can be difficult. It's one game that no matter if you're 80, you still don't know enough about it.
Oh, 100%. Not suggesting you 80.
I hope not.
You're working tomorrow.
Wicket. Stellenbosch.
You got all your provincial players playing tomorrow?
Everybody will have them. Traveling to Stellenbosch tomorrow.
You've got Daniel Smith in your side and Josh Brett.
Josh Brett, yeah.
I got Ricky Bing yesterday, and also at Hobbs' funeral, and he says to me, "How's your mate Eugene Moley?" And I said, "No, he was pulling the Mickey." I said, "No, he won 3 on the trot now." And Ricky just burst out laughing, and he said, "When you coming down again?" I said, "Don't worry, I will pop around."
Not on a Thursday though. You got to choose your time wisely.
No, I don't mind popping down. Thursdays is a good day to pop down there.
Just be prepared.
Well, your president certainly is a thirsty man.
I think he just wants to make everybody welcome. That's what he wants to do.
No, he's a good guy, no doubt about that.
Unbelievable stories from him. Every day I get a new one.
That'll be 4.
Yeah, it is 4. But I was sort of just scared for the fielder walking around, and how many times don't you see that ball rolling and they get down in the long barrier and then the ball hits the rope and almost hit him in the head? But again, line not right there, length not right, just swivel around that. 4 easy runs.
Well, I'll tell you what, the worst I'd seen of someone getting hit by a cricket ball. And I mean, I've seen a few pounds. I've also been hit a few times in my lifetime, luckily for helmets. But you remember the old Greenpoint track?
Yeah.
Where they used to play day-night cricket on Benson Hedges. I saw a guy who was a Coke vendor. And I think it was Jimmy Cook and Henry Fothering batting and LaRue bowled. And the ball was hit, and the ball skidded off the cycle track.
Oh, no.
And it hit the guy head on.
Flush.
Oh, I just saw blood squirting everywhere. He was fine afterwards, but I mean, I tell you what, that was probably the worst I'd ever seen. And I'd seen some guys I know, I knocked a guy in the net, said I got a fright. I knocked him on the nose, side nose, and I could still see the bone on the ball. And that was at the practice net. Not because I was quick. I don't know what he did.
There was one that happened in a T20 game at St. George's this year in Quebec. Warriors versus Boland. Can't remember the batter, but he hit it towards, there was a shorter boundary which was towards where the band sits. And he hit this thing flat, and I think they were going for the catch, or might have been a catch awards or something like that. And one was jumping in front of the other, and then the one behind didn't really think of it, and then he got hit flush in the face, I think it was. And you know what? 2 balls later, when this kid was carried off, gone, caught and bowled. And that's the end of Jason Muirhead. First wicket falls on 48, and Paul Skank has made the breakthrough.
Yeah, just what the doctor ordered. Man, can't believe it, but he has to go.
Yeah, and he stopped walking down the pitch. He didn't want to do that. He tried to find a different area to hit it through the offside. He just tried to make something, maybe out of a ball that he didn't need to, because they're so far ahead in the game. 7.3 runs to the over. However, he perishes. First wicket gone for 48.
Yeah, they were far ahead in the game against Tucks as well, and then suddenly made heavy weather of it when there was a bit of a cluster of wickets, and then thanks to Ross Post and Caden Solomons that seen them to victory.
Yeah, just kept him quiet, and then all of a sudden wanted to go for one. And I think that all stems just from one field position. When Pukke had a man put in place where it was in the area where Muirhead has scored plenty of runs. One goes, another big fish comes in, George van Heerden.
Oh, well, he's a good player. Plays down at Southwestern Districts as well. Ivan Lockham.
And you've got to get your line and length right here, because that is just too easy.
And I'm sure the laundry has been kept busy this week as well, with all this white clothing having to go for a wash.
Oh, they've been smiling from year to year. Maybe every second day. Pop by. The old vanish. There's a slip that's going to go in. Ludwig Schultz is the man going into that slip area.
Only thing is, I worry about the laundry. Sometimes the washing comes back and that shirt is 2 sizes bigger or it's shrunk.
Oh, it's just faded a little bit. Well, no slip in places. He's actually gone to short fine leg.
Easy off the mark. $50 up now in the 8th over.
I'm not sure where you're sitting, but where I'm sitting is absolutely fine.
Well, you got a shield here. I've got you here. Should be 2. No, they're cruising along for single.
Yeah, it's just far too easy that Maybe they just want to get through this power play. That's Callum Apollos that's on the field here for Pukke, the 12th man. Hails from just a school down the road here, Paul Wiss. Made the venture up to Potchefstroom. Oopsie. Some arm. Ludwig Schultz.
Yeah, run the ball. Easy pickings.
Change of ends for Prinsloo. Coming from the mountain end.
There's such a lot happening in Cape Town this weekend as well. Cricket, as you said, Universe tomorrow, all the club games. Sevens at the stadium. Breakdance competition at the waterfront.
Would love to see you being a judge at a breakdance competition.
Oh, there's countries from Japan, Belgium, and all that all participating in this breakdance thing at the waterfront tomorrow.
Saturday, that open theatre there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's good that everybody can go and view it then.
Well, Cape Town will be a mess tomorrow. All the traffic around the city and in there. Best get to the sevens early. Going to have breakfast at Lily's.
Yeah, but what is that? I mean, for you, it will also always be the same as well. You turn off there as you're about to get to the waterfront. Everything is like 10 lanes coming into 3. That's the problem.
And normally the cops have got better there for the traffic to flow because there's so many lights. And they do a good job.
The thing you should do is park at the Civic Centre.
Nah.
And just take the bus in. That's not you.
In the station.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. In the stadium, is it? Okay. That's terrible. Absolutely terrible. I can't wait for you to go on your break now.
Why?
Well, if you can, why not? Well, a ring of 5 on the offside, including third man that's in the ring. Long on out, deep square out. It's almost chalked the cue for that one.
Five runs off this over thus far. No, I'm lying. The partnership is 6. What have I seen? Maybe I do need a break.
I think that what Pukke wants is to get to 10 and then get some slow bowlers on.
I see breaking news. Rassie Rasmus has signed his contract until 2031.
Extended.
Yeah. Someone put on Facebook, well, the world's got to then be worried for the next 4 years. Seeing that Rassie Rasmus has signed his contract with South African Rugby, and that is great news for South Africa. What a wonderful coach. Legend.
Wow, he's past all. he's just unreal. He's still a student of the game as well, and how he just comes through it all. I mean, it's just magnificent.
Well, he's just got such a wonderful rugby brain. And when someone thinks of something happening, he's done it already.
I mean, what he did in that one of the test matches might not have been against the Welsh. I think it was against Ireland when they had 12 men on, and he decided, listen, just before half-time, I need a new front row just to scrum them off the park yet again.
Yeah, now I see the IRB is going to change the scrumming laws by 2026. So it'll be interesting to see what they come up with, because that committee does have the ability to really make shockers, especially this red card decisions and all that happens on the rugby field.
Well, I think Rassie will come up with something yet again.
Maybe you can't push anymore in 2026. Push your opposition off the ball. It just amazes me. To me, the thing is this: if you're that good as a rugby team, the rest of the world needs to catch up.
Correct? Like we've seen here this week. Tucks have been very good for a number of years, winning it, and everybody has been playing catch-up, and the likes of the final that we see in front of us, Pukke and Marties, have upped their game, hence why they're in the final.
Ooh, that was just a short-arm jab.
That was well watched. Well watched by Ken Hoedeker, because the bounce wasn't a great deal there. He watched that carefully onto the bat.
Oh, the other good thing about that, South Africans are such resilient people. We've been through so much throughout the history of this country that I think we're immune to anything that harms us these days. I don't know sometimes whether it's a good thing. Oh, that's a good shot, but firmly driven. No run. Can you Adam and Eve this?
What's going on?
Our producer singing the Irish anthem. Or didn't we scrum them to pieces? You know what was the greatest highlight for me? That front ranker Potterfield. He's always running breast out and up there. And he was taken off, and they said when another player come in, come on fella, back you come. It's almost like you had to carry him with the stretcher in there to say, come on, get back into the scrum. Oh, I loved it. I loved it. Every minute of it.
Well, then I had no answer there.
Both those coaches, I was working Free State Rugby and Cricket when I went to Bloemfontein, and Rassie was a student, so was Dan Human. Both of them And now he's the scrumming coach of South Africa, and he takes these young players to his farm out in the Free State, and I'm sure they've got to carry. They got to pick up the rams and the lambs and the ewes and the mules, and he makes them scrum.
Well, Jeremy, 10 overs have come and gone.
Yeah.
I think you deserve a little bit of a respite, sir.
Thank you.
And it is Marties that have progressed to 55 for 1. That one being Jason Muirhead was caught in bowl by Full Skink.
Scorers, umpire. Yeah.
There's the old big windmill, shown there by the umpire, Mr. Rhodes. Hails from the George area.
Sure.
And as Jeremy departs, the wind seems to die out.
Is John and them in there?
Yeah. Oh, outside that off stump. Ken Goedeke now flashes at one, and that's a good take by Isaacs, and that's the second wicket. Ken Goedeke now departs for 30. Just outside, wide outside that off stump. You can see how disappointing he is in his dismissal. But that is the second wicket for Pukke. It comes at a really good time. Still 168 runs needed for victory. Yeah, as it is the captain himself, Leon Botha, fresh from a fifer in that first innings. He comes out to join George van Heerden. Off the mark straight away, Leon Botha just off, pushed into the offside for one. Hitting a good line and length here, Prinsloo, after the change of ends. It's been a good over this. A wicket and just a single. 56 for 2.
Second bowler, Tumelo.
Tumelo Bando coming into the attack here with some tweakers. Down the wicket, down the track. Has it gone all the way? Yes, it has. Gone for horns. Not wanting Banda to settle here. Leon Boert has decided, no, I might just have come in, but I'm going to start playing the shots as well. Midoff was in the ring, and he lofted this over Midoff. Good use of the feet, got to the pitch, and he's a strong fella. You can see he just wants to get after it now. It's well bowled. Comes through for one though, but that was well bowled. That's 1 to the bowler. Nicely hit down to long on just for 1, and that's good. Cricket, that's 8 runs already off the over. Excellent off his own bowling. Dot ball to finish, 64 for 2.
78 balls, 5 12, 6,
Second bowler, Ivan.
Divan Rousseau.
No,
Even Lockham.
Divan Lockham. It's the Divan. Ivan.
Even Lockham.
Apologies, Ivan Lockham. That's coming on to bowl here.
Lockham through a strong bowler. I thought bowler, he always a bowler.
As easy as you like. Punted down the ground to long on for 1. Field at the minute here. Third man in the ring. They got fine leg out. They got a deep square out. They got a long on who's actually come in to long off, to mid on, I should say. Apologies, and then a sweep on the offside. Neatly played, just guided down to third man. It's Nathan Rousseau down here. Left arm spinner, we might see him come into attack soon as well. Another change in the field. This third man, Nathan Rousseau, comes into the ring, and they're going to have a long on in place. Nicely driven. Just for one. Just through the offside. And Pukke know they need these two men both in the hutch. Good players, Van Heerden and Leon Botha, both with provincial experience as well. Another easy single down to long on.
Three,
13 gone. 68 for 2.
84 for 4, 68.
Trotsky into the attack. He's another left arm spinner. They've got a slip in place. That's driven nicely by Leon Botha down to long off. So slip, point, cover, mid on and mid wicket. Those are the men inside the ring saving one. Deep mid wicket, deep backward square, sweep on the offside and long off are the 4 men out. Given that plenty of flight. These guys know they just can't bunt the ball around here. Risk-free cricket. Oh, that eludes him. Chase is going to be on here. Picked up and it will just be 2. Beats the outside edge. Might have been a little bit quicker through the air that time from Trotsky. Oh, and there he goes. What a catch. Man just backward of square leg. And that's the end of Leon Botha for 13. They know they got to keep taking wickets here, Pukke, to stem the flow, to stem the runs. And that's a big wicket. Oh, and with that, they'll probably go and take a drinks break here. And that came at a very, very good time. Moving around the crease, getting outside that off stump, sweeping, but aerially. And that was a very, very good catch. And you can see the delight on the light on the field there from Pukke. Well, it's going to be drinks with Pukke still needing a further 151 for victory. They've 72 for 3. And we're going to go and enjoy a drinks break with them. We're back here at Coetzenberg, and is there a span in the works here? Drinks has come and gone just at the fall of Leon Botha's wicket. 72 for 3. Marty's in pursuit of 2-2-3 for victory and champions of USSA 2025. And all thoughts should be going to George van Linde here. Apologies, George van Heerden here. Caden Solomons gets off the mark straight away with a push to the offside. Well, George has to go through here. George van Heerden, he's going to have to play a big role. If Pukke can get him out here. Well, the cats will be in the proverbial pigeons. Some people just get very excited. Just to let others know, ETA have won that promotional final by 1 wicket over UCT. And it's them that will be making their way, gracing the presence in this A section next year. Oh, going straight. That's Ludwig Schultz. Just doing the fielding there at about an extra cover. I think things might just get a little bit tighter here now. 150 still needed. 7 wickets in hand. Oh, this will be an easy single just around the corner. It's a good player, Caden Solomons, coming in here at 5. Still got Matthew, apologies, Rospos to come in. It's been a long day, Bandile. Again, just down the leg side and just struggling with his line in length here. Driven. How's the running? Will just be 1. Good stride there by Caden Solomons. Played that beautifully under the eyes.
Want to talk about the umpires? Hey, Bandile. You got to. Who is this guy? Linton. Oh. What?
15 gone, 76 for 3, and I'm just going to get a word or 3 with the man that's going to just come and sit next to me for a brief moment, and we're going to hear from him. He suddenly got very shy there.
How big a format this is for them? Where do they go to? Where do they come from?
Possible kill me. We're not supposed to commentate, you know that.
No, I'm not asking you to commentate. Asking you to come and answer questions. Bandile.
Evan Lockham's going to continue. Nicely bowled again. Nicely bowled again. They got a man just catching in front on the drive now. All of a sudden, Pukke has come alive here. While the wind has started to die down. Again, a dot ball. Good work there at that extra cover position, saving the single. This all adds to a little bit of pressure being built up here. The men from Potch. Tossed up nicely, tossed up nicely. 3 dot balls. That's cut away nicely. Does play the ball well, square of the wicket, especially of the spinners. That's Caden Solomons. This is the big wicket though. George van Heerden. He's the big wicket. If they can prize him out, I'll feel they might be pushing themselves back into this game. Through for another single. That's a good over. Good over. Trotsky. 78 for 3. Their run had have come down to just on 5 to the over now.
Thank you. They're pushing.
Volkskamp back into the attack. Starts with the ball down the leg side. Easily clipped away by Van Heerden to deep square for 1. Little bit of bat on to pad. No run though. Oh, it's going to be a wide. And he struggled with his line, has Volkskamp. It's been too straight. Work down to third man. Nathan Rousseau down here, just for 1 again. It's another wide down the leg side. He's just continued to struggle. Was powerfully hit by Van Heerden. And still just working the ones. And this over has yielded 4 runs already. They're up with the rate that they need to go at. So no alarms for the home side at the minute from Marty's. Over comes to an end. $82 for 3. Quick single. Oh, the throw just a little bit wayward. As Caden Solomons come through for that single. Oohs and ahs again. Trying to find a way to get in there. Trying to find a way to prize another wicket. Worked again to that offside, just for one. This has been a good over from Trotsky. Powerfully hit down the ground. But there is a long on in place, just for one. Ends a very good over. 3 from it. 84. It should be a little bit more than 84. Should be about 86 for 3. Starts with a dot ball.
Who's the new bowler?
Lock 'em back. Seems like it's 1 over for you, 1 over for me. From the mountain end. Well moved by the backward point. Once you find your best fielders there. Maybe things are getting a little bit tight out there, a bit nervy. Fine leg now comes into the ring. As a long on has been moved out. Slower ball. Another slower ball, but well weighted by Van Heerden. Finds the edge, but just goes down to third man. Another single. No alarms here for Marties. Still 135 to get. One more ball to go of the 19th. Could have been in trouble there. But another dot ball to finish. The 19th over. 88 for 3. Tell you what, the last 9 overs, I mean, the breeze has been nicely settled. It wasn't blowing. All of a sudden, somebody makes his reappearance from wherever he was, and all of a sudden the breeze says, I'll have some of you, fella. Talking about the Rhino, he's back on comms after this over. Must have been the most enjoyable break for him. He's been on hard at work, but he enjoys what he does. So to Lockham, he's bowled tidily, 5 overs, 14 runs conceded. Again, slowly bowled, and I love the pace that he's bowled at. Not getting it through too quickly. Asking the batter to put all the pace on the ball if you want to go for it. Sweep and swept hard. That ball trying to get to the boundary, and that it will do. Said Caden Solom's a very good sweeper of a ball. Plays the ball nicely square. And he executed this with aplomb for 4 runs. Again, the man at cover does really well stopping that single.
Slow back.
Slowly again through the air, but nicely weighted by Caden Solomons for another single. And this partnership now grows to 21 between these two after Leon Botha departed the scene.
The wind's blown me to hydration. Sorry.
Oh, that's a full toss. Now, how's the running between the wickets? Yeah. No risk needed. No risk needed from Marty's perspective. Well, that is a much better over in terms of runs from it, from a Marty's perspective. 7 from that over, still 128 needed for victory. 95 for 3 at the end of 20 overs. Healthy run rate, 7 wickets in hand. And for the next few overs, I'll hand you over to our local Jeremy Fredericks, the Rhino.
Thank you, Eugene. A well-deserved break for you. And into the attack is Nathan Rousseau. It's a bowling change made. He'll be into the attack. So what are they? 95 for 3. Where's this game poised still? Long way off still for Marty's. They know that they've got to keep their heads about them. Van Heerden in, Caden Solomon's in with him. They're in pursuit of 2-2-3 for victory. See, the spinners always bring another dimension into it. Off spin, leg spin, left arm spin. And if you get it right on this wicket, you can get it to purchase, turn. Nice and fluent with the bat in hand, Caden Solomons. He's got that stockiness about him. Oh dear, there's a wicket. And suddenly the 4th wicket down here for Marty's. Caden Solomon's gone. Oh, and the 4th wicket. And now they are in a little bit of a spot of bother now. Still requiring 127 with 6 wickets remaining.
Into the wind, Jeremy.
Well, there we go. Trying to hit the ball out the park here. In the air, into the wind, using his feet. But what was he thinking? And the men from Pukke, they are ecstatic. Batsman in. Batsman in. Well, with the departure of Caden Solomons, it's Ross Post. He helped them to victory the other day with an unbeaten 70 odd, I think it was. Let me just get my scorecard of the other day when they got to that victory. He had to bat the whole innings through to make sure that they get to that winning total. But I think here's game on. Still, is there any more twists and tails to happen? Twists and turns, I mean. Twists and tails. Just shows you what spin. He came into his first over. He didn't have a proper look-see. Tried to dominate. Got himself caught. Caden Solomons. He was gone for 13, if I'm correct. Van Heeren on 13. His 13 is off 33 balls. So it just shows you the Pukke hasn't made it easy for Marties to just come in and be fluent. Partnership was 23 of 26 balls. You needed them, 2 of them to go deep. They get another wicket now, they're in trouble. Oh, that's so good from left arm spin. That's when you can get the ball, give it flight, get it to purchase, turn and bounce. That makes any spinner dangerous, and that was a good bowling. He's had a good match thus far. Leighton Trotsky, he scored 97 early on, and now doing the job with his spin. He's into his 5th, he's got 1 for 17. And he's certainly been the mainstay. Oh, that's well played. Just a bit too short. And Boast was onto it like a flash. 100 up as well for Marties. Still a way to go in this game for them. But this partnership is going to be very crucial. Nicely worked on the onside. Saw the single. Certainly Pukke, they're the holders of this trophy and won it last year, the Universities Week, so they're not going to relinquish this quite easily. It's going to be hard work for the Marties to get to this total. They're a very, very competent team down at Pukke. In Potchefstroom, lovely facilities there, lovely university, and a lot of lovely people. $102 for 4. 22 overs gone. Run rate is at 4.7, and they require to get 4.3, so they're well in it. I just feel they might just feel, okay, maybe we're a wicket too much down at this stage of the game. Be it as it may, the 2 batsmen in, they've got to take the responsibility, the ascendancy, and try and take the game to the opposition. Opposition looking for 6 wickets to win this game. So if you look at the run rate achieved at 4.7, run rate required 4.3, it tells you one thing, that these 2 must have had a conversation. We'll punish the bad ball for 4 and look to run singles. And if we can get 3 or 4 and over, you're right in it. That's got to be the thinking. Here we go, driven on the carpet. That should be easily 2. Yeah, indeed. Well run. Good cricket. Just a bit of a fumble in the field. Maybe just looking up, a tad. And that's what happens in the outfield when you look up and see the batsman turning for a second. You normally look up, and in that split second, that's where you fumble. Nicely flighted by Nathan Rousseau. The good first over is straight into his business again. Now, just talking to the coach of Pukke early on and saying to him, I think you guys left yourselves 30 short. He agreed with me about running between the wickets and taking that second run, which is so vital. And I just felt that Pukke batsman. And the one thing we also said, he said, look, these are also young men that are learning their trade and so much learning to be done, which I agree with 100%. It is probably the one thing you've got to emphasize with these young students as they're looking to further their career. The good thing about this week and the nice thing about seeing young guys playing cricket, and you've seen some accomplished cricketers too, is that they are studying as well. So always something to fall back. If you're looking after varsity to enhance your cricketing career at provinces, probably a guy like Leon Botha, who's already playing provincial cricket, just van Heerden fella, who plays down at SWD, probably looking at study and then advance your cricketing career. You know, then you've got an education and something to fall back on if the cricket career doesn't work out. As John Wright correctly pointed out, what an important part the education also plays. Oh, there's an appeal for RBW, and the umpire is unmoved. I'd like to have a look at this. What was it missing, or where did it pitch? We'll probably have the look of the replay again. Yeah, no, it wasn't pitched. It was looking to just drift on with the arm and missing leg, probably, I think. Good decision. Probably be the approach is to look to play it down the ground. I always get nervous when batsmen start playing reverse sweeps, and I think when they're looking set, and we've seen in the innings of Pukke how many guys got out in sweeping, reverse sweeping. And if you're going to take him on, rather look to take him on straight down the ground. One thing you just got to be careful, you got to get to the pitch of it and don't allow to turn. He has got some to turn off the straight. Done a good job thus far. Troske, end of his sixth over, 1 for 25. Good figures, good reading. $107 for 4, still 116 required. Wickets in hand. 6. These two are quite capable George van Heerden and Ross Boast. They just got to make sure that they do the hard work. Easy does it, down the ground for one. Nicely driven again. Nelson now for 4. It's the time we umpire Greg Shepherd. Used to David Shepherd, I mean. Used to start dancing off his feet with the score on Nelson. So it's Nelson for 4. End of the 25th. We're halfway through. So still another 112 to get. I think here's still a twist in the tail. Lovely to watch youngsters, students trying to ply their trade. Single off that Nelson now. Now they require 1-1-1 for victory. Cut away, just for 1. It's that middle period of the game where I always say that running between the wickets becomes so imperative, taking those singles, making sure that you can turn ones into twos as well.
Good. Good.
Well, the spinners have certainly bowled well in tandem. They've kept the run rate quiet. And I'm sure the men of Pukke, they'd like dearly to get a breakthrough. They know they can get another wicket or two. They're deep in business. Full delivery. It's helped on its way for one. It's been a good week. Seen some top-class cricket and some talent around. There always be in South African cricket. It's talent. He's bowled two deliveries. You see, that's the cleverness of how you bat in this. I always call it the dead periods when the field is spread to get your singles. If you get 4, 5 and over, not losing wickets, there's a sweep shot employed. And then now and then, this is going to be a nice little teaser. It's well stopped on the boundary. That was good work. Yeah. So there you got your 4 ready, 2 in the over, just with that paddle he played. Just got inside it nicely. Ross Bost. He's an accomplished little player, bowler, batter. And he just posted over the inner ring fielders. Bit uppish, but safe. 2 balls still remaining. You've got 5 out of the over with ease. Risk-free cricket, normal cricket. So he was sent back there, and wisely so. $120 for 4.
Number 4.
Tumelo Banda now. taking over from Trotsky's. Bowled his one over. Went for 8. The off spin. Well, that's too short. There's a man straight down the gullet. And can you Adam and Eve this? They get their 5th. That was a bad delivery. It should have been dispatched for 6. He didn't get hold of it all that much. And then the man on the mid-wicket boundary, or more the square leg boundary, takes the catch. And the 5th wicket is down, and that's a huge wicket. That of Ross Boast, gone for 15, 120 for 5. Now suddenly the belief comes. We can do this. That was a huge, huge, huge wicket. We're going to go for a short break. Drinks is being taken. We'll be back shortly. Right, new man in, Roxton Payne. Work to do for Marty's now. This game is suddenly tilting in their favour. That of Pukke. Van Heerden has stayed steady while the wickets have been tumbling, one or two of them around him. But Pukke suddenly feel they're right back in this with the wicket of Ross Boast. Tanda the man. Tanda got the wicket of Boast. Tumelo, Tanda, Panda. Oh, gone! 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 Drama, drama, drama. Payne advances down the track. It gets one that goes past him. And the 6th wicket is down. And I'm afraid to say Marty's now in all sorts of trouble at 120 for 6. What a delivery. He got him to advance down the ground. As we just have a look at this again. Came around the way. Oh, and he just missed a straight one. Advanced down, out of his crease, and then got stumped. Oh my word. How the tide has changed, and how the tide has turned. In favour now of the Pukke. I think Marty's are done and dusted here. He just straightened up as he came around the wicket to the left-handed batsman. That was clever thinking from Tamelo Banda as well. Picks up his 2nd wicket. It's good bit of bowling. The first one was a long hop, he got a wicket on. The second one was great delivery. Just given a percent will have to stay in with Van Heerden. That's the job that's going to be required. And let me tell you something. Suddenly, Pukke in business.
Mr. Rhino, sir. I see you will get this.
Not going to be easy from here on in. Not going to be easy at all.
Bowlers once again.
Are you getting Mr. Wickets with you?
No. Doesn't want to come on. Come to join you.
How many overs have gone?
So 2 more overs.
It's alright, come here. Relax.
Or will they will break?
Of course I'm going to take a break. What's my umpiring good so far you on this way?
Just turn it off, sorry.
Oh, that was close. My goodness. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Here's trouble. Well, this is now even more insult to injury. They're in all sorts of trouble. Van Heerden, their last mainstay, I suppose, he's just done his back. That's not good to see at all. Well, we've seen all sorts of injuries. I've seen guys hoppling along from the fields beside me. It is day 5 from this tournament, and these boys have played a lot of cricket. It's not easy. That's why when I was asked a question about a rest day in between, I really do believe it, that they should have a rest day. They're going to play for it's a lot of cricket for young men. Some on crutches here already. Others have been. I've seen guys strapped up, ankle gone. So there's no muscles out at Camps Bay for them over Christmas. It'll be a good holiday. It's close to Christmas as well once this week is done. So, yeah, it's been tough going.
You want to come? Yeah. Come with you for overs. Thinking my
Bowler was fine, but
this is the first time I've seen you so quiet. Doesn't sound
Eugene has just come back. He loves working, and so
I thought I'll come keep you company because I can't just elude all the action that you've been getting over the last few overs.
well, that makes time pass as the action unfolds.
But this is a massive moment in the game.
Yeah.
This is massive. George van Heerden going swimmingly along, 25 or 54 deliveries, but is it back spasms or, I mean, those things are not easy.
And let me tell you, the problem is once your back goes, that is serious. You cannot take chances with the back. So it will all depend what the medical staff say. He just looked very grimacing and in lots of pain.
The thing about it now, if it's your leg, I mean, you can still stand and hit the ball through.
Yeah.
But if it's your back, I mean, everything revolves around your back. And yes, they say beware the wounded soldier, but if he's going to swing himself off his feet, he might just do himself a disservice here. So that is why I'm saying this is massive. He won't be able to run twos. I mean, he just barely made it for 2 there. And you don't want to lose a batter of George van Heerden's stature here.
Well, only the brave will continue, but I just reckon if it's, well, the physios would know better. They've got the medical staff, the paramedics are out there, or he can barely get up.
Stand up.
Yeah, no, I think he's in trouble. The young man's in trouble.
The thing I want to ask you, Jeremy, is Martis was going swimmingly. They were just meandering along, and then a shot in anger, trying to hit into the breeze, trying to clear that boundary, got caught. Then I saw another person caught on the boundary. I mean, that's a coach's nightmare, being caught on the boundary in a game where you just got to go at 4 runs to the over.
Well, I said it. They still require 101. I said it. They were going batting the over before when Boast was still in before he got out. They got 5 runs or 5 or 4 balls with ease. 3 singles, 2, and then he tried to say, okay, it's time to go now.
I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't know. We keep talking about this term, modern day cricketers. We keep talking about taking the game forward. Sometimes just common sense prevails. Be content hitting the ball down the ground, 1, nudge it in. That's what they have done. That's what...
They say Qatar's just as good. I've never flown in Qatar, but Emirates. Business class 380. Airbus. Beautiful. It's better than Lawrence Matroos's lounge at the Protea I nearly said in Constantia. At the Protea in Stellenbosch.
Well, I'm sure you'll have a air steward or stewardess just there at your beck and call. As soon as something needed, you there.
Well, the food is magnificent also.
No plastic cutlery for you, sir.
No.
You're joking.
Bill for LBW.
Oh,
mate. Oh dear. Yeah, I don't know why he wants to run when his back is in turmoil. Just settle down. Unless the ball's down to third man or fine leg where you can get that single, then that should be the order of the day. Detained well thus far. He hasn't given up the fight.
Well, they've put a man there now, deep point. That means somebody's got to come off, and that came from long off. He's gone to mid-off. Is that now an invite for him to go over mid-off?
Well, he's just gone straight down the ground. And there we go. One. It's gone maximum again. That's a good hit.
Well, he got the encouragement, having mid-off in. And he's hit that nicely over the top. Now where do you go?
Yeah, it's been 3 sixes, 2 with the switch hit, and now the straight one. What adjustments now to the field?
Well, they need to have adjustment. What does a bowler do? Does he bowl it quicker? Does he bowl it fuller?
He's also advanced to his 50.
Yeah, 100%.
And the score's 150. 73 more wanted, 4 wickets in hand.
That should have been the deliveries he should searching for. Full, darted in full straight, maybe even at the feet.
He's coming around the wicket with this one.
Four more.
Over the top. 1 bounce 4. What a productive over this was.
And still is. 22 so far.
With the delivery to come. Just when you think the game is advancing one scale to the other, something happens. Dramatic. We've had drama all day.
That's why we love this game. That's why we love this game. Over the wicket now.
Well, he ends well with a dot. 154 for 6. I'm going to take a break for a few overs.
You need it.
And I'll be back.
You need it. That's great work by our Rhino, resident wildlife. And this game has come alive here at Coetzenberg yet again. Prinsloo is coming back into the attack here. They need to find, maybe bowl all the deliveries to the other men, because George van Heerden, after having some back problems, looks like back spasms, has taken the attack back to NWU, I should say, Pukke. This partnership has gone to 34, all thanks to George van Heerden. Oh, Yorker bowled. Through comes the labouring George van Heerden. Well, Present has done his job, getting George van Heerden back on strike here. How changes to this field. Third man up in the ring, fine leg up in the ring. The 4 men that's out. Sweep on the offside. Long off, long on. Deep mid wicket. Slower ball bowled. Well executed from Corne Prinsloo. Just got to watch that back there, George van Heerden. Present can bat. He can do his job as well with bat in hand. Pukke knows they need this fella, van Heerden. Full ball, just played out to that deep mid wicket, and that's 4 more. Oh, very risky shot indeed. And somehow George van Heerden just finds boundaries here in the last few overs. Stepped across onto the offside. That's well put away. $159 for 6. This fella in picture, he holds the key. It'll just be 1. That's good cricket. Gives Present 1 ball. Just to navigate. 160 now. This partner grows to 40. Present's got all of 1 run from those 40. Oh no, and now that's maybe a little bit naughty there from Isaacs, letting him through for a bye. But maybe Pukke probably happy with that, seeing that Van Heerden won't be on strike. That ends over number 31. And on they come yet again, just maybe with some more painkillers or anything like that.
this full sking? Is this full sking?
Evan Lockham. He's bowled 5 overs for 14. Hasn't had many spells inside those 5 overs. He's going to be bowling here to Thando Prusent. Oh, was that short? Was it a drop catch? Not too sure. Played away off the back foot there by Prusent. No run there as well. They know they can't take quick singles. Big appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Again going for that Yorker. Dug out by Prusent. Every ball is an event now. Every ball, something's happening. Again, dot ball. Slow ball this time. That's a maiden over. $161 for 6. Prinsloo to continue to Van Heerden. Van Heerden's on 60 of 68 deliveries. Just the 62 still needed for victory here for Marties. 4 wickets needed for Pukke. Well, powerfully struck down the ground. Umpire Rhodes have to duck and dive. That's gone for 4. This was powerfully hit by George van Heerden. .58 now needed for victory. Slow ball, can't run there. Dot ball, and you can see the anguish there from George van Heerden, again holding his back. Again, just trying to keep everything mobile. Definitely a sign that it is spasms in that back of his. Oh, full toss worked on the onside for more. Papers galore here for George van Heerden. He's just dealing in boundaries. He knows he can't convert ones into twos. So let me try and get boundaries. 54 now needed for victory. Hey, is Prinsloo going to go here? He knows George van Heerden likes to move across to that offside. No sweep on that offside. That's in the air. That's a big hit. Has that gone all the way? Yes, it has. Horns are plenty here at Coetzenberg. What a knock this has turned out to be here from George van Heerden. Picked it up, clean as a nut. Flew over the man there at deep mid-wicket. This partnership has gone on to 55%. Has got one of those. 48 now needed. Oh, that's going to go fine on the leg side. 4 more. Well, just getting his line all wrong here. Yeah, that's just helped on its way. The anguish. 44 now needed. I was going to same again. Same again. Leg buys it is. Martins don't care how they get it. Just 40 needed now for victory.
Every angle of the field already now.
183 for 6. The rate that they need to go at is 2.4 to the over. Well, I'm not sure George wants this break, but it's going to be a drinks break now. And maybe a time here for Pukke just to reevaluate the position here, because they've got only 39 runs to play with. That is the position of this game. It's all about George van Heerden. 78 not out of 74 deliveries. Martins need him to stay out there for as long as he possibly can. Pukke, they've got to find a way to maybe get him out. I'll say maybe. They have to get him out, otherwise Marties will win this final. So strings break here. Join us in a few moments for the resumption. Back off the drinks. Trotsky, left arm spin. Percent on strike. 40 runs needed for victory by Marties. 4 wickets in hand. Is there going to be another twist in this one? Smash! Smoked! Work for long off. Excellently done. That's the 12th man. Stellenbosch that's on the field. Will just be one. Marties won't mind that. That brings George Van Heerden back on strike. Is a rarity. Dot ball. Just maybe trying to sum up his options. Over extra as an option. Big appeal. Big appeal. Umpire not even interested. Umpire Angus Gous. Oh, it's a misfield. That's just going to allow them to come through for one. Nicely played by Present onto the onside. Just for one. Partnership grows to 66. One ball to come. Of this, the 34th over. Field spread again. Van Heerden on 79. Well, he's done well there. He will keep the strike as he shuffles across to make his ground. Moves to 80. 34 gone, 187 for 6, chasing that target of 223. Lockham, again a change of ends for him. Just seems to be bowling one over from this end, one over from that end. Be interesting to see how many spells he's had. Partnership worth 67%, 3 of those. The rest all to George van Heerden. The Rhino's back. He wants a part of this.
Of course. Done the hard work all day. Why can't we share the action together? To the end, it's going to be a close finish here. They require to bat at 2.2.
Wow.
That's the rate required. They're at 5.5.
I'm not even looking at that. That's all got to do with the fella on strike, George van Heerden.
Spare thought to 100% as well. He's done a good job the other day also with Ross Boast. When Ross got 70 yard, he's just got to make sure that he stays to the end with his batting partner, and this has been a monumental effort thus far.
Well, it's been that and more. It's been that and more, and so far, Pukke have got no answer.
Well kept out. That was in the block hole.
He's just doing his bit here. He's doing his bit. Day 5 of a USSA week.
Yeah, pitch should have deteriorated. Players are tired. Now these boys have shown a lot of resilience. All of them. They've been on it.
Oh, hello.
Hey, George. Van Heerden's asking me, what are you doing?
He's coming down. He is not happy.
Yeah. Play straight. Stay in. That's your job. You're not here to win it.
What was that? I'm sorry. You were applauding him and giving him plaudits. I mean, you can block 6, 7 dots here. Doesn't matter.
Hilton Ackerman said you can block it all over.
Well, maybe just a rush of blood to the head there. Well, let's just give him that. That happens to us all.
Bowlers problems.
Oh.
Oh, I've now touched the nerve here.
Yeah, you have. Can you go away again, please?
He's got the single. That's all he's got to do.
I'm still amazed. What was he thinking there? Anyway, 190. 4-6. 33. And the quicker they get the 33, the quicker Bandile will be the happiest person, because he'll just make a That's going to be a wide.
He wants to get into the cooler box.
Yeah, he'll just make a 180-degree turn, either left or right. Doesn't matter. Do a bit of hamstring exercises. Do a bit of weightlifting.
And yoga.
And out it pops. He's done sterling work, bringing you all the pictures here on behalf of Pitch Vision. Oh! I thought he nearly palmed that onto the stumps.
191 for 6. 32 more wanted. And 4 more wickets. Can the Pukke? Is there still a twist in the tail?
Listen, it wouldn't be cricket if there wasn't, isn't it? It wouldn't be cricket if it wasn't.
Well, it's been a good week up to now. It's been good cricket. Lovely at this picturesque oval here at Coetzenberg. And the facilities, yeah, absolutely. All the fields were all week. They've done a sterling job. So kudos to all here at this university for a marvelous week in terms of facilities. Oh, dearie me.
Oh, that was close. Quicker. Just going on with the arm. I got a feeling something's happening this over, Jeremy. I just got that feeling, whether it is a boundary or maybe a wicket, I don't know. It's just sometimes you get a gut feel. It's well played. Big appeal, 3-dot balls. Is it? Yeah.
Wide court?
You can't ill afford that. Oh, off stopped. Should just be one. I'll tell you one thing, Jeremy, you should enjoy your sevens rugby tomorrow. After a day in the breeze here in Stellenbosch. I think you well and truly deserve that.
Thank you. Very kind of you.
He's managed to retain the strike here as well. 194 for 6. 29 needed. They're under the 30 barrier.
Yeah, this has been a nice close encounter thus far.
That's been good. Two varsity sides who are very closely matched. And both of them deserve to be in this final, and you can see why.
Wide again.
There's been so many balls down the leg side, so many wide, so many extra deliveries now. Calls for calm heads. I always say, those that can remain calm amongst the chaos will have clarity. The 3 C's. Worked on the onside yet again. Work to be done. Oh, that's excellently done, and he'll manage to get 2.
Well, he's been good around the boundary, Nathan Rousseau. He saved a couple of 4s here right in front of us that I thought was sure going to the boundary. He's really thrown his weight around, and was good to see. He threw all of that body, that tall frame he threw around here. That'll be a single only. Edging closer and closer now. 197 for 6. 198.
Partnership worth 78.
Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Brilliant work from Town to Percent as well. Oh, yeah, Jay.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, that jacket's going to come off when this game is done. He'll be well and truly warm.
Excuse me.
Worked on the onside just for 1 again.
Yeah, field spread. It's the right thing, right idea. It's all you got to do. Wow, who's going to be elated in the next 15 minutes?
You reckon that's all it's going to take, 15 minutes?
I reckon. 15 to 20.
Make it 10.
That brings up the 200.
23 wanted now for victory.
176 meters. 2, 3, 4. 16.
Well done. Well done, Tandu.
Change of gloves here for George van Heerden. Well, he's 14 away from what will truly be, from our point of view,
A match-winning 100 if he gets there.
yeah, that and more. That and more. Well, the women's team look well and truly on their way to winning after posting 220 for 2
Sure.
against Ireland. Laura Warford getting an unbeaten 115 of just 56 deliveries, and Danae van Niekerk back in the national side, getting 21 of 8 deliveries. Sinead Loose opening the batting, got 81. That's nicely played again by Percent for 1. And Ireland are currently 66 for 3. Unfortunately for the Irish, they've lost their captain, Gabby Lewis, for 30. Laura Paul and Delaney batting at the minute.
Now, the South African lady certainly also doing the business. Nicely driven, but not through. Had that gone through, it would have been 4. Yeah, lovely to see Laura Wolfhard. What a player.
And she's growing into this captaincy role as well. Well, George van Heeren is showing maturity above his years here. Just manipulating the ball around into the gaps. Knows how far he needs to push it. Knows where he wants to hit the ball.
And Percent have supported him, bar the one shot. Supported him admirably.
We think that these two came together where Marty's found themselves losing a clutter of wickets. The partnership has grown to 83. It was 120, Jeremy, for the loss of 6 wickets. Wow. George van Heeren decided he's going to take matters into his own hands. Just 20 runs needed for victory. Volskenk into the attack. All he needs to do is not bowl the ball down the leg side. He's bowled quite a few down there. 6 overs bowled, 1 for 40.
The field spread, so singles are easy to come by. And Van Heeren is right aware of it, so he's just pushed it in the gap. Trusting Percent long enough now to know he's also pushed it into the gap for singles, and he's known when to be defensive when he should be. Tell you, I've enjoyed the cricket and everything's been good, but the one thing I'm looking forward to is getting out of this wind. It's blown me to smithereens. That's going to be 4.
They just haven't got their tactics right. I don't even think they need a third man in the ring. They've got 5 inside the ring. They've even got 6 or 7 inside the ring, and that one's just guided down to third man for 4.
Yeah, the momentum shift. When things go your way, they go it well. And that's been since the fall of the 6 wicket, Percent at the wicket, and Van Heeren showing what he's made of.
There he goes, third man back now. But the horse has bolted, as they say. That's close.
And given.
That just looked dead. I think that just looked dead from our position. And that is the 7th wicket, and Percent's got to go. And has he done enough for Marty's to get ever closer to that 2-2-3 needed? They just need 15, and it's going to be Salman Ajam to come in. To join George van Heeren. Oh no.
Yeah.
Well,
there was no doubt about that.
There's Plum and then there's that. I mean, the more you look at it, I'm surprised the batter didn't walk. He only walked when the finger came up. No fear that just would have turned around and went on their merry way. Now then, 50 needed for victory. 3 wickets in hand.
Salman Ajam joins Van Heerden. He's got one job, is to keep that ball out.
Oh, the left-hander means Volskenk is going to come around the wicket. Looks like he's taking a leg stump guard. Doesn't want his pads anywhere near the stumps. Third man, fine leg, deep backward square. No sweep on the offside, so just 3 men out. Well, what are your spare thoughts for now for George Van Heerden on the other side? What does he do? Does he try and polish us off very quickly?
Well, he's got one ball and then he'll be over. All he's got to do is keep this last ball out and give Van Heerden the strike, which he will have. Unless he can sneak a 4 somewhere. But that's not his job. His job is to make sure that he stays in.
Oh. He has kept it out. 39 gone. 208 for 7. Well, George, what are you going to do? You going to try and polish this off quickly? Do you have faith in a jump?
Yeah. Yeah.
And 12 is off. What?
196. Close game there, so.
Right. Corne Prinsloo. He's also back into attack. What does George Van Heerden have in store? He slapped that, and that'll go for 4. Well, pressure immediately on the bowler. He flat batted that with disdain.
Well, he has just managed to get a boundary since his injury. Now then, 11 needed. That ball has gone out the gate somewhere.
Maybe underneath your car.
No, I'm not parked there. "11 runs, Jeremy, 11 runs. This could be, with the way George Van Heerden's been hitting it, could be done and dusted with 2 deliveries. Managed to get the ball. It's a bit of a trek, though.
Yeah, the gate was open, so he had a long way to go, the fielder. He did well to retrieve it.
That was the first ball of the over.
Midnight.
What's on?
10 wanted now.
No, 10. It's 10. Now, Ajam, just do your thing for Marty's.
Don't be a hero. Now what do? They probably bring the fielding closer.
Well, they've got to try and squeeze.
Yeah, must squeeze. Big boy, this Prince little fella.
Yeah.
Oh, can you believe this?
You cannot go there. I mean, even a little tickle on that, that's 4. They bowled a lot of wides as Pukke.
Full fight. How many wides have they bowled? Score it. Full fight. What's it left? Third.
Sure. That's cut away.
Oh, it's gone for 4.
Oh, dear me.
Misfield by third man has gone for 4. They've also bowled 13 wides in this innings.
Yeah, that's just not good. That's 2 overs. And the ball, not good enough.
Just 5 needed. 5, Jeremy. For you to get out of this wind. But it's up there.
He's just chipped that in the gap. Easy single. 4 required now. 2 balls remaining. Will he finish it off in style?
I think that's what he needs. I think it should be fitting that he finishes this off. Will he do it with 1 shot? Will he just try and just get the strike and do it from in the next over? I don't know, but the way he's come up after his back spasm, I mean, he has just hit the ball to all parts here of Coetzenberg.
It's like someone that's just arisen out of the mire. That is actually silly. Now that is silly, knowing you got an injury, and it gets himself run out. Oh, did he get? No, I thought he was given.
No, he's there for 2.
I was nearly. Well, it just looked because the throw was direct, and I was just worried. Yeah, did he get himself out?
I'm just more surprised he didn't just take the 1 and keep the strike.
No, that's also
That's what you're more concerned about.
Yeah.
Over 2 runs to get, 221 for 7.
Oh. Give us that replay again of that run. Okay, no, you haven't got it. He's showing replays all day.
Full skank around the wicket to a jump. Is there a Charles Langenveld moment for Pukke? Because that's what it's gonna need now.
No, there's too many overs left for a Charles Langenveld moment.
I'm just talking about what happened in that last over. That's what they need. They need a hat-trick.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's what they need. Yeah, he was class, wasn't he, Sean Langeveld?
Nice.
2 more wanted. 1 to tie.
Well, there's the scores are tied. Scores are tied. And that's going to bring George van Heerden on strike. 96 not out of 91 deliveries.
Well, a blow to the boundary would finish this off in fine style, and a well-deserved 100. He's batted extremely well. George van Heerden, he's been excellent. Yeah, and he single-handedly has pulled Marties out of the jaws of life here, because they were reeling at 120 for 6. There we go.
Oh, he's tried. He tried.
Yeah, he's tried.
Oh.
And every time he plays shots like that, it just hurts on the back. But he's been a brave man, and it's been absolutely riveting to see. Now then, where's this one going to go? It'll be jubilation. The hard work, the sweat, the tears that's gone in, all worth it for this moment.
It's going to be a wide on the leg side, is it? No. Oh. Oh, wow.
Where's the replay on that? Guys, get on now. No more brain. No more brain, no brain. Ball him! What a knock. Take a bow, young man. It's an excellent, excellent innings. He gets a pat from the captain of Pukke as well. This was an innings. It was bravery. It was Braveheart indeed.
Braveheart and more, as he's getting a standing ovation here, George van Heerden, as he's walking off this Coetzenberg Oval. Not just from his teammates, but everybody that enjoyed that knock. And he has basically single-handedly put Marties on the brink of winning this final.
What a knock. That's what champions are made of. At the end of the day. And it was really polished indeed. It had every bit of entertainment. And that's how he was comprehensively castled in the end. One now required. New batsman in, Mphela Maleka, joining Salman Ajam.
I've seen far too many of these this season. These games where one's needed. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Field is in. What have we got? Another one in the block hole. Well, that's the winning run. Bounces in front, and let's look at the jubilation. Bats flying, teammates on the field. The hard work has been done, and Stellenbosch close to victory, albeit in a nail-biting game. They got there in the end, and happiness all round. Take a bow, Pukke too. They've fought back gallantly and valiantly, but in the end, They've got to surrender the title which they held on to last year. And Marty is victorious in this campaign at USSA 2025. It's just been marvelous.
Well, what a spectacle that was. It was a close run thing here. Marty's getting across the line. That just flicked the pad. They came through for the single. And Pukke did all they could do there. We have to give kudos for them. Their 5th final in a row. And unfortunately, it was a replay of last year's final. But it's Marty's that are triumphant. All thanks to that man at number 3 there, George van Heerden. 96 of 94 deliveries. He batted magnificently well, especially after getting back spasms. And then it was just a few men that just needed to stay with him. He shared a partnership well over 80 runs there with Thunder Percent. He only got 11, but he played his part. But what a USSA week it's been here in Stellenbosch. That's the bowling figures. And they just couldn't stem it. Too many wides, too many freebies. You see there 13 wides, maybe costing them more at the end.
And also, I spoke to the coach, also about 35 or 40 runs left out there, not running twos. And that, you know, if you take back on reflection, they probably know that they were 30 runs short. Had it been, wow, what a nobody. But Marty's deserve. They've been unbeaten this week. They've won this title. They've closed home by 2 wickets, albeit just about. And they are well-deserved winners of this trophy in 2025, beating Pukke, who were the champions last year. And tears and jubilation, that is what we call for here at Stellenbosch. Well, Eugene, I've certainly enjoyed this production, albeit that the wind blew us to smithereens. It was wonderful. Thank you, everybody, for a magnificent time here, to the production team, to the cameraman, to everyone involved. Well done, Marties. Until next year, from Coetzenberg, good night.